Meeting will be starting shortly. While we wait, let's learn more about Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 13, with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Biweekly Report with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well.
Welcome to the November 17th, 2022 meeting of the Exeter Budget Recommendations Committee. I'm Bob Kelly, the chair of the committee and chair of the Water and Sewer and Public Works General Subcommittee. We'll continue with introductions to my left.
Chris Suter, and Library, Human Services, and Parks and Rec.
Chris Zigmont, Crestview Drive, and also Library, Human Services, and Parks and Rec.
Evening, everyone. Corey Stevens, Finance Director.
Russell Dean, Town Manager.
Andrew Elliott. I don't know if nobody from the back's going here, but Department Public Works Subcommittee, Washington Street. Thank you.
Anthony's 1, 7 Marlborough Street, Water and Sewer Subcommittee.
Judy Ruin, 33 Prentice Way, Police and Fire Subcommittee Chair.
Thank you for joining us. Off mic as well. Let's see if I can, lived in town for a few years. Let's see if I can do this. I know we have 3 select board members here. Chair Nico Papakassatis, Nancy Belanger, and Julie Gilman. We have the Assistant Town Manager, Melissa Roy, Greg Bisson, the Parks and Rec Director, Justin Paisan, the Assistant Fire Chief, Stefan Poulian, the Police Chief, Jeff Beck, our Chief Maintenance Supervisor, Jen Perry, Director of Public Works in her last budget meeting for all time for the town of Exeter. Matt Berube, our managing engineer for the Water and Sewer Department, and Paul Vlasich, our town engineer. I didn't butcher anyone's name, did I? Didn't forget anybody? Thank you. As discussed on Tuesday's meeting, there was a motion, a second, and a unanimous vote to consider the impacts of adjusting the GIS manager, proposed GIS manager technician, to up to a maximum of a $68,000 full year salary, and what the associated benefit impact and salary impact that would be to the budget. So that handout has been made available. Corey in the Finance Department have made those adjustments. If we go to page 18 of tab 2 of the budget book, that correlates to the Public Works General Fund. It adds $6,605 to the salaries full-time wages line. And there's some adjustments on health insurance. And that would obviously impact the bottom line. So I will, yeah, Liz is here. So,
We just rolled in.
I know.
Yeah,
They heard I made
just had a big influx, Bob.
Yeah.
Let's take a minute to...
They smelled the cookies.
So if anyone wants to maybe continue that discussion from the other night, or just sort of, if there's any interest in either rehashing that or continue to make a motion based on a review of the numbers, if we need a minute to review the numbers, whatever your pleasure. It looks like, if you look down at the bottom, administration total, it would increase the overall impact for the administration and engineering by about $3,800.
Make a motion for no rehashing. Let's go. Yeah.
Second.
All in favor?
That falls under
Okay,
motion
so
to not...
what we have to do, and that's, I appreciate the sentiment, just to make sure everybody's comfortable with the numbers as presented. Just for the Anna and Ed and Chris Suter, who were not here the other night, there was a discussion that the $54,000 and change base salary for the GIS tech was probably insufficient to attract qualified candidates. And Jennifer Perry had done some research with surrounding towns, like-sized communities, and other Seacoast communities, and found that we were probably on the order of $10,000 to $15,000 off on the base salary. So Liz had made a motion to consider a maximum up to $68,000 salary. Obviously, it doesn't have to be there, but it would give us some latitude, and that was approved. So, Andrew, you had a question?
Just the number, so it's 6,000 more from our preliminary budget, but a total increase from 2022 budget is what number? Sorry, I'm just trying to...
The increase from 2022 would be about 48.2.
Okay.
roughly. That's on just the salaries.
Yeah,
And it looks like the health insurance has actually gone down.
So I'm just.
So the handout shows you the entire administration department budget.
Okay.
Right? So the pieces, using DPW as an example, the base salary, object 51110 goes up 6605. Other components that are going up are the FICA, the Medicare, and the retirement.
Okay.
Things like healthcare and dental, you're seeing the impact of the decrease we got this year in our health insurance and the increase in
That's right.
dental. So there's lots going on in those numbers, I guess, is the bottom line.
So to state the obvious, this is only for a part of a year, right?
Yes, of course.
So it's
Next
only
year.
for part of, it's a half-time or whatever, half a
6 months,
year's
yes.
salary for the upcoming year. Mr. Chair, are you looking for a motion?
Well, we'll start on 51110, because we would have to
Public Works?
revise the current, or the budget that we actually voted on to the new number, which is
Yeah.
$530,253.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, may I make a
Yes.
suggestion? So when you were deliberating DPW budget, you voted on the admin and engineering total.
Yeah.
So you could vote that line and then the total DPW at the end, and I think that would cover,
Yeah.
rather as opposed to the individual.
Yeah, I guess we
Wage
don't really
lines.
have anything to do with the salary, so we don't have to vote on it per se.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So the motion then would be, at the bottom, instead of the 484,105 we agreed on before, it would be 488,907. And I would entertain that motion, Tom.
Yeah, I'll do that. You're comfortable with not voting on the object line itself? Yeah, because I'm
We
willing to do,
typically
I'm
don't
willing to
vote
do
on
both.
salaries. Well, I guess in this case, we probably should.
I think we should, I mean, we're all in agreement, but I think we should. So
We are
if you'll
making a change.
If you'll indulge me, sorry, Corey, what I would suggest, I make a motion, we're talking about page 18, DPW, Administration Engineering, 51110. That line, now proposing a new amount of 530,253, correct? That's my
Correct.
motion.
Second, Judy.
Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And I'll
Thank
make a
you.
motion, Mr. Chair, if you'd like, for the, we agree now that the total administration engineering, again, page 18 of DPW, administration engineering now be 488,907.
Correct.
Second.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, and then on to water.
So do you want to revote?
You wanna do
the
a-
bottom-
Yeah, we got to do the final, the bottom line number too.
On general,
Page is that?
so total public works. Now I'm going off of Corey's sheet.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair, for total public works on, in my main book, page 23 of 28, changing that number to 5846922.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
What do we have for percentage on that?
Can't we go 1.8 maybe?
1A?
1.8, 1.8?
1.8?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thank you.
Okay, so then on to tab 4, water fund. Similar discussion, 20% of the GIS manager's salary would be paid for by the water fund. the 22 budget for line 51110 on page 1 of 6 of the water fund tab was $238,902. The proposed 2023 budget with the revised GIS numbers is $263,817.
So moved.
Second, Judy.
Any discussion on this item? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And then a bottom line admin number with the changes that we made last time. We had voted the other night on 502,773, and now it would be 504,380. Zero. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And then
Can we do a total water?
yeah, let's see, we did capital outlay, so the new water fund total, we had agreed before on 4548,242, now be 4549,849. Entertain a motion to that
I
number.
need to find that in my book.
Page 6 of the water budget.
Oh, thank you. I was one page behind. So moved.
Second.
Chris, Suter, and Judy. All those in favor of $4,549,849 for a water fund budget signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Percentage, please.
Total water fund, 6.8% increase.
Thank you.
And then to tab 6 for the sewer fund, same 20% of the GIS manager's budget or salary and benefits would be paid for out of the sewer fund. The 2022 budget, again on line 51110, was $238,902, proposed to be $263,817.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And a total admin budget of $513,615.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And we voted on billing. We voted on collection. Voted on treatment and debt service. So the total sewer fund would be $7,432,780.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, everyone, for that administrative work. Okay.
Yeah.
Have we gotten, Sand or Corey, are there any random divisions that we have not voted on?
Let me just take
I
a
think
quick,
we've gotten all of them.
yeah, I think so too, but let me just take a quick look down the general fund.
Excuse me, Chair?
Sure, Mr. Ed.
Yeah, so as far as the debt service goes, I remember on a couple of occasions you've discussed how we were kind of progressing really nicely with how we're handling principal payments versus, interest and so on. Were there any interesting, amazing details here that I may have missed due to COVID for the past couple of weeks when you discussed things like that in the past?
Well, our finance department and town manager, I think, do a great job of managing cash flow for the town. We've been able to, really, especially in the last few years with the TIF district, been able to balance our, added projects with projects that have been paid off. So our debt service remains a fairly stable component of the budget. So no real surprises. I mean, Russ, would that be your characterization?
It would be.
One item that we did not vote on page 27 was vehicle replacement. I thought there might be some vehicles that we were going to be discussing, but those are all part of leases and non-debt CIP items. So these are vehicles that are already as part of our lease program. So again, this is page 27. The 2023 budget is $203,683. Any discussion on this?
So I just want to point something out. The sidewalk tractor number 57 was supposed to be in that lease purchase, and I omitted it.
So let me jump in there. The sidewalk tractor, that's part of the budget proposal.
Right.
That would be a standalone warrant article.
Right.
For 2023, and then we would incorporate the lease purchase payments into the schedule.
Got it.
So it's not going to be part of the 203, but it would be added to the 203 in FY20.
In the future,
Yeah, FY23.
So this number, 203, is what's currently on the books. And then if the sidewalk tractor passes, there'd be a roughly a little less than $37,000 added.
Correct.
For the 5-year lease purchase. That would be added to this 203.
Yes.
But for now, the 203,683 is the budget. Of no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion for that amount.
So moved?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And I think,
That was the last of them.
so then we don't necessarily have to vote on this because it's additive, but just for bookkeeping, on page 28 up at the top, could we just get updated updated total debt service and then a final total general fund number? Because total debt service would be the same, right? Or
It hasn't changed. 1.497588.
what is it?
1,497,588. That's total debt service for general fund.
Okay. Because that's different than what we're seeing.
That might be West Side Drive coming out of the general fund. Like we talked about with water and sewer.
Got it. Okay. And then going down to the very bottom, then,
So could we have that number again, Steve?
$1,497,588.
That's total debt service and capital.
Right.
Page 28.
Not including West Side Drive.
Right.
That's taken
West Side
out.
Drive is a
West Side
separate warrant article.
Yep.
And then the total general fund, based on all of our corrections and additions?
Total general fund, $21,154,780. 21154,780.
And a percentage on that?
2.4 increase.
Do that.
Okay. So I think that does it on the budget. Just make sure, we just did water and sewer. Okay, on to the Capital Improvements Program, or CIP. I had distributed a list of the various items that we're going to be talking about. We have various department representatives here to talk about or illuminate various requests over and above what's shown in the book, as well as another handout that the Public Works has put together, a couple of projects that have been in line for various state revolving fund, potential principal forgiveness, or an outright grant, and those are shown in red, and they would like us to address some of these projects, given the fact that there is potentially some savings, well, at least this year as presented. So we will start on the General Fund tab, the Public Works Garage Analysis, the Facilities tab, page 1. So Jen Perry, why don't you maybe come up? So the intent here, as many of you may recall, last year there was a $50,000 warrant article to do something similar to what we're hoping to do this year, is basically take what's been done from an architectural layout perspective and some siting analysis, wetlands delineation, and that sort of thing, and continue to look at the scope of what this garage might be. Back a while ago, there was a thought that it would be somewhere in the $4 to $5 million range due to the length of time that it's taken to actually put something together. This has potentially increased, and there's some concern, I know, on this committee last year, and I think the town in general, that perhaps this was biting off a little more than we needed to chew at that point. We do have other large requests this year, so the intent, again, is to just sort of continue the study phase of this. So, Jen, maybe if you could articulate what exactly you would have in mind, not you necessarily, but going forward for the department.
Yes, the department needs to continue to basically develop the site plan for the facility in the future. A couple of the items that we've noted in the past that are needed to be further investigated include the fueling island location, because that's critical to the overall flow of traffic on the site, and it needs to be maintained in service throughout construction. This is the fueling for all public safety, fire, police, and public works operations. And to continue the evaluation of the abutting site, the town owns a 4.7 acre parcel of land just to the north of the existing highway and maintenance building, and that is the site that we've been contemplating, but we need to do topography and kind of an initial siting analysis. We also need to continue to look at the future needs of the department as far as staffing. I think just reflecting the conversation we've had here the last two nights or two meetings regarding, say, just GIS and town needs, there are other needs too. So it's continuing to update staffing and equipment needs.
And in addition, if you look at the write-up for the two subcommittee reports, there are some structural concerns with the existing garage. A number of years ago, we had some very extensive snowstorms. There were upwards of 3 feet of snow on the roof at one point, and we had structural engineers in, and it was really dicey as to whether the building was going to be able to withstand that kind of load, and it sort of brought home the vulnerability of a garage that's several decades old and perhaps wasn't designed up to current structural standards. In addition, there's some HVAC concerns. We do store fairly heavy equipment in the garage, and the ventilation and heating and cooling systems are currently somewhat deficient. for maintaining healthy air quality in that garage. That's not to say we replace the whole garage in its entirety, but again, the subcommittee recommended proceeding ahead, working closely with the facilities committee to outline with the Public Works Department exactly what kind of garage would be needed. It might not be, again, a full replacement. It might be, something to supplement the existing garage. But we need to continue that progress. So that's the general feeling of the subcommittee. Any questions?
Yeah.
Judy?
I'm a little mystified by this project, given the townwide vote against a similar warrant article last year. What makes you think that this one would pass when the last warrant article was defeated?
Well, from the subcommittee's perspective of talking with Public Works, the problems that are associated with that garage haven't gone away because the town voted it down. The town has voted down a number of projects. They voted down a surface water treatment plant 15, 16 years ago. That doesn't mean our water quality issues went away. We just had to figure out a different way to address it, and we did by spending a significantly less amount of money on a groundwater plant as opposed to redoing a surface water plant. The library got defeated the first time it went up. We reworked the analysis and came up with a better proposal, and the town overwhelmingly approved it. So,
well, with all due respect, I think with a huge, almost $16 million project that will come before the voters, I think a project like this that was defeated last year would have a really hard time gathering support unless it were made even smaller and substantially different. Something that targeted the roof construction issue, for example, something more specific that voters could see was really different.
I agree with you, but you can't do that without some monies available to hire engineers to look at that. I fully agree with you that the original scope of the garage is probably, potentially, more than what the town has an appetite for, given the other projects that we have recently in front of us and currently in front of us. I fully agree with you. But the problems are still real, and we need to study them, and that's what this is for. We would come to the conclusion, whatever the conclusion is, but if we don't do anything, the problems are just going to get worse. And at some point, there's going to be, a health issue out there, or even worse, a structural issue, and I don't think we want to deal with that.
I'd be curious to hear what our town manager has to say about this proposal. And in light of the comment that Judy made, which is a valid comment, this thing was put forward almost, I think identically last year.
But I don't think the issue goes away. I think it maintains. And it could have been that voters picked out that single article and just decided not to support it. I know that it was defeated not by many votes, and it may be just the fact that it needs a second run to get support from the voters. But I think Jennifer described it well as far as the scope goes, and that is, I think for $50,000, you're talking about short money to get us to the next stage of the process.
Yeah. Mr. Chair? Yeah, I agree with that characterization. And I would say, if my memory serves me, there was associated with this request a conceptual presentation, right, that was given at both here in this venue as well as maybe even at the town deliberation. That may have colored people's judgment on how quickly this thing was going to go forward. But I'm sort of looking at this as just being, as being a study to further refine what ultimately gets done. That's more an opinion or a statement than anything else.
Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry, please, Ed.
Hi, sorry, Christopher. So in light of this idea of an evolving, project, could you explain to me what sort of progress might be made conceptually? Like, to Tom's point, if we have a more refined scope, is there a way to sell the project to the common individual that perhaps the scope is clear now, perhaps we are able to attack this problem with more precision? Like, I'm not hearing a ton of that. I'm hearing more like, we still have a lot of work to do to plan this out. There's a lot of acreage out there, and people like to feel less uncertainty, if you pardon the layman's term of it. And I'm not suggesting there is uncertainty, but I just want to feel like the bang for the buck there, even if it's a small initial planning thing. I kind of want to hear the story behind a progressing scope. You know what I mean? Is there anything to detail?
So one of the challenges the department was faced with when the warrant article did not pass was that we didn't feel it was appropriate to spend any money to further concept at this point. It just would be going against the vote of the public. But the reality is that something needs to be done, and we do need assistance to do that. And so this is why you're seeing it again. I think that, we can put together a basic pamphlet. I don't even want to call it a brochure, but we can put together the basics of an understanding of what the challenges are at that site and with the current facility. I know with a few, not many, but a few of the voters that I talked with after the vote to understand why they voted it down, they didn't understand what the challenges were with that site.
Yeah.
And I think if they had known a little bit more, they probably would have voted differently. And as Russ indicated, I think it was a pretty close vote, and it could just be information and access to it.
So being on the subcommittee, and I think people in the town may only be familiar with the one building where most people go, which is where they go to get their dump sticker and their waste bags and all the other things. People have not gone into the other buildings where the cars go and their tractors and all the other things that the DPW works. And that place is in definite need of some renovations. It's I don't know what the year it was built, Jen, you might know, but it's pretty old at this point.
1967, I believe.
And it looks like a 1967 place. I mean, you do a great job maintaining the building, but the building that people know as DPW looks great. It's new, beautiful people to talk to when you go in. That's not the whole DPW, so I fully support this.
Yeah.
Whether, how it's worded may need some wordsmithing, but...
Mr. Chair.
Chris?
I guess I'd say my comments on this would be, I completely understand it costs money to explore options and understand that. And so one of the benefits of our next item we're going to talk about was the open house that the police and fire ran to have people have a look around. And again, I don't know how successful that was with the general public, but even on this committee, I'm sure it was helpful. So public awareness of what the current situation is will absolutely further the cause, I'm certain. So, and that will play into, as Andrew said, maybe the wording of that. The other comment I'd have on this is, whoever's engaged to explore what those concepts or options look like, probably, because I have this ask as a taxpayer, is I'd like to know the broadest range of options, from how do we make the best with what we have all the way up to new facility. I think people need to understand, because everything costs money, and is there a way to make the best with what we have and make improvements and build a new structure or two or addition, or do we, to fully understand, do we need to do that? When I look at the analysis sheets that are posted on the public safety complex, for example, there's some pretty in-depth comparisons of the available sites and what would fit and wouldn't fit and what was possible and all that. So using that as a roadmap potentially, I would only encourage that in support of this.
To your point, Judy, about why I think there is a lack of information about this, and there are a number of people who are at fault of that, myself included, that somehow we need to do the analysis and figure out how bad is, we know the structural and HVAC systems are deficient, but that doesn't mean you build a brand new garage that houses every single piece of equipment we have.
Yeah.
I think what we need to do is to, the intent of this was to come up with several options, ranging from fix, what do you do to fix the existing garage and call it a day, up to a brand new garage and the costs associated with that, and then the options in between, a smaller garage and fixing the existing garage, or whatever it is. But we need an engineer to be able to go through that analysis with us to find out, what exactly our thresholds are. And then also get feedback from the public as what their appetite is for an X $1 million facility. It's probably not 8, but it needs to be more than 2. So, and in order to hone in on that number, we have to have an expert analysis on it. So that's the intent of the warrant article.
So then it seems the warrant article would need to be carefully drawn up to be as specific as possible about what this will do. Is people generally shy away from studies. A lot of people see study and they want to vote against it. So exactly what would this money be for? How does it relate to the problems that DPW has? And given the vote against last year, is the timing right? Would it be better to skip a year?
Yeah, and I wouldn't even characterize this as a study. It's an engineering analysis. I mean, I think we're beyond study.
Can it be
that
called
was that was done several years ago. I think it's more of an engineering analysis on the structural and the ventilation, as well as the economic engineering, is figuring out where this garage fits into the various facilities we have around town and what should we spend on it. So it's an engineering analysis, not a study.
So
and I agree with you.
If I could just add to,
Sure.
One of the things that this also speaks to is office space and locker rooms and elements of employee safety.
Yeah.
So right now we're dealing with a Department of Labor audit on our facility, and this is the kind of thing that we need to address through this kind of review. So if we call it design engineering or design, $50,000, I'm thinking, more of basic design.
Right.
We would incorporate those elements into it.
Yeah, so to your point, Christine, and town manager, sir, her point is the voters have said, effectively, it doesn't 100% pass muster. And if we go and call it, something like design as opposed to economic analysis, we're sort of saying we're kind of going forward with this because we believe we're going to have to spend it, which is to say we understand that from, ethical, financial responsibilities. It's coming down the pike, but it's perhaps really important to consider what Christine said with the wording and what Mr. Kelly said with the wording. So it doesn't sound to me like, we kind of have to go forward. I'd like to hear it more from the perspective of, as you guys had mentioned, detail, refined scope for potential changes, emphasizing potential, because right now it sounds like it wasn't approved. That's just to piggyback off what Judy was saying. I don't know. That's
Well, the good news is I think our intent is that, the people who write the warrant articles are all here tonight. So I think we've made that point, and now it's just a question of whether a majority want to spend the $50,000 to go down that road. I think if there's someone else, Liz.
I should know this, but I don't. What was the select board's recommendation last year when it went to the ballot?
Support.
5-0 support?
If I recall correctly, it was, you're testing me.
I know, I'm sorry.
It was.
I'm married to one of them, but I don't remember what it was.
Because you don't listen, do you?
I believe it was, if it wasn't unanimous, it was near unanimous.
Okay.
I think they were all unanimous except
For the most part.
Yeah, just one sort of overarching, I'm sorry about that.
No.
Overarching question that kind of gets back to what Judy kicked off. So as a Budget Recommendation Committee, we're looking at this number being proposed to us in the CIP tied to specific language. are we allowed to shade that language like that? I mean, so when we bang the gavel and it passes or doesn't pass this, we've all made comments that are different than what's written. How does that move forward to select board if we're not altering the language? And I would argue that that's going to apply to some other major projects in this book. So I'd just love to know what the rules are regarding that. Are we voting on exactly what the language is tied to the dollar, or are we shading the language to suit our needs?
Well, we don't write the warrant articles. I think our intent, I think various folks have made the intention on how they would like it to read if that person or those people would provide their support, and then it would be incumbent upon the people who write the warrant article to incorporate those. But I don't think we have a say in that.
Agreed. So I guess the question is, if that were so, and then we take a vote, are those people that made those comments hoping that it goes, that the people that write that warrant article are listening and would write that, are they voting their wish, or are they voting what's written? That's my question. So you're right. We're just.
So, Mr. Chair, maybe I could add on. Can we vote on this with like a footnote saying, please be more specific in the warrant article? I think what you're saying is, what's the mechanism to convey, approved, sure. Please be more specific.
You can move anything you want. If someone wants to say, with the anticipation that the warrant article will reflect blah, 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 sure. We can do that.
Yeah, exactly what I'm getting at.
Well, I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm totally supportive of this thing. I'm uncomfortable digging into the wording of this and putting conditions on that. We've never done that. And actually, if you look at the wording and the description, they reflect what we've just been discussing. Mm-hmm. So I would just counsel against that.
Andrew?
I think the other thing you can do is, if you don't like the way the warrant article is written, you can go to deliberation and submit your own. Yeah. You can put exactly what you want on there, and if you get majority vote, that's what's on the warrant article. That's your mechanism right there. But
my suggestion would be to let the folks who do this for a living write the warrant article, and then go to the deliberative session. If there are some words or a sentence that you would like to see in there, then make a motion for an amendment. Yeah. And if there's again, it's a democracy. So, but I would let the professionals write the warrant article. I think the intent that we've discussed here is in play, and you can believe that they'll take our interests at heart or not, and that's prerogative. Chris?
Yeah, I would just, my recommendation is having worked with the library when their initial article didn't pass, and some of the things that people were saying that were like, oh my God, millions of dollars for a tiny expansion. It's like, that's not really what it is. So they spend a lot of time working with communicating that this isn't an expansion, this is a renovation with a small expansion. So that was that education piece that they worked really hard on. And one of the other things that I suggested that I think speaks to the common man, because that's what I am, or common person, whatever we want to say in Exeter, but it's visual is really important. So if there's pictures that you guys can get out there to show people when you have a deliberative session, and that kind of information, and talking to folks like at the library and say, so what did you do wrong the first time? That, what did you learn, so that we can make sure that people really hear what we're saying. Because I don't think wordsmithing something always makes that much of a difference. I think there's other ways of communicating. And so, but yeah, it's definitely getting the communication out there to the folks, and with images, and letting people know, we can wait another year, and then, hopefully no one will get, crushed or poisoned, because that's what could happen, I'll say it, what could happen. So let's not, I don't think,
so I think
people should hear that.
We've all made our points. I would entertain a motion one way or the other
Just before we move on, this discussion that's more specifically tied to an engineering analysis focused on problems, safety, liability issues, I think that's a very different thing from what was presented last year in terms of the architect and engineer consulting and working toward building a facility that seemed a little much in people's minds. You know, they weren't ready for that. So this discussion, I think, has been helpful, at least in my mind, to communicate the focus, and I hope that that would show up in the warrant article itself. Currently, I don't think this does it. I don't think this shows the different quality that you were talking about in terms of engineering analysis of existing problems.
Well, the good news is we have several swings at the piñata between now and March, so hopefully we'll see a draft of a warrant article well in advance of it going on the ballot. So would anyone like to take a stab at a motion for one way or the other to put this on the ballot?
In the interest of time, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we, I don't know if approve is the word, but forward. Are we using the word approve?
Accept
the proposal for CIP for cost of $50,000 as presented.
Tom and Chris, any further discussion?
Can I ask?
Oh, sure.
Just what was the wording on the?
It was, the proposal was for a $50,000 analysis for the Public Works Garage complex, and the motion was to accept that.
Approve? Do we need to approve and forward to the select board?
So you're a recommendations committee, so are you going?
We're recommending it.
You're recommending it?
Yes.
Okay.
Be put on the ballot.
Just to get clarification on that.
Thank you. I like that better too. Thank you,
Russ. Sorry to jump in there.
No,
Chris, I'll amend it to that.
You're right. You didn't hear the word recommend, but
all of our talking, I don't know
all
what
these
we're
are
saying.
either going to be recommended or not. Thank you. All those in favor of Ton's motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Well, that's one down.
It's one. Well, it's always the most difficult night.
But it doesn't have to be.
The next one's not.
Sorry. Okay, the next up is the proposed public safety complex, found on page 3 of the CIP book.
This one should be quick.
So we should probably almost rephrase the public safety complex and call it a police station and a fire substation. That would be my suggestion, because it's not traditional, it's not the public safety building we have right now. So just trying to get that.
I think that is the project title officially.
Right.
Even though we haven't been calling
Mr.
it.
Chair, if I could add, this has been extensively discussed, right, and reviewed, and so do we have to go through that? How much do we have to go through that again?
We don't have to. We don't have to.
Tired here?
No, I'm just...
There is one slight modification that the committee should consider. We did have a meeting the other day. The discussion has always been around roughly the number of $15,950,000 and change for a warrant article. For, as Russ suggested, a new police complex with fire substation component. Based on the comments of Mr. Zygmunt as well as others, in particular, there was some interest in putting forward some environmental aspects to the building, that they should be considered up front and not as an ending result. The town planner has gone back to the architects and sort of sussed out what all of this might take, and to add in the list of items that you had suggested and that has been discussed would move this to roughly about $16,300,000 from the $15,900,000.
15.9.
15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9. 15.9 And so there would be a discussion as to whether we would want to, it adds, I think, Russ, we talked about you trying to figure out how much this might change the payments and what the effect on an average taxpayer might be?
Yeah, so the first year payment would be $196 for a $300,000 home. That's based on $16,300,000.
It's a $4 difference.
Correct.
Right. So before it was 192, right?
192.
So $192 per thousand, no, for a $300,000 average home in Exeter, as opposed to 192 for the 15.9, and this would include all environmental aspects of the design that were discussed at various meetings earlier in the fall. Andrew?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think this will pay for itself in the long run, just from the savings we'll have from the energy efficiency. So, can I make a motion to change the public safety complex to $16,300,000, please?
I'd like to comment that.
Well, why don't we move in second, and then we can have discussion as
I'll second that.
Okay.
Thank you, Russ. That's very helpful to have that information up front.
Yes.
$4? Thank you.
Yes, and the average payment over the 20 years is $155 a year. And those assumptions are predicated upon a 4% interest rate on a 20-year bond.
So it's been moved and seconded to consider a $16.3 million police station with fire substation project, as opposed to include environmental aspects to the buildings. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Sorry,
Well,
Mr. Chair.
were you going to discuss the environmental aspect?
I think I'd like to make a couple of comments as well.
Yeah, just, sorry,
Okay,
Don.
fine.
You first, if you like. I just
No.
didn't understand the procedure. I just noticed we were going to have a presentation. I thought it was important to just listen to the presentation, and I may be mistaken. The presentation is happening anyway. So, am I correct?
No.
Are we skipping the presentation?
Well, we've had a number of presentations. We did a joint presentation with the select board, and we've had a number of handouts that I have provided to the committee to look at.
We could ask Justin if he would like to make a presentation.
Yeah, I mean, if
A full.
yeah, Justin wants to fill in some blanks, we
Get a
can do
screen,
that, but the
you
intent
know.
was not to do a full presentation.
My fault. Okay, absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
Tom?
Anybody else first? No. So, for clarification, Ed, but I was also going to do it for the viewers who may or may not be watching and probably are not, but extensive presentations have been made in various settings, even really going back months, some of which I have not been privy to, but some of which I've sat in front of my computer and reviewed myself. But the one that was key to what we're talking about here, what Chris Zygmunt clued in so well, was that the presentation of the numbers was such that some of the things that some of us thought were important relative to sustainability and environmental issues were sort of add-on costs on the presentation, and some of us felt strongly enough to include those into the numbers because by simply hoping that it comes in under budget and then adding those things on was just didn't seem to do those concerns justice. So we wanted to, I think that this motion is to put them into the budget. Am I characterizing it correctly, Chris?
Yeah, it sounds about right, yeah.
So that's for the viewers at home.
Could I ask one question, Mr. Chair? And can we confirm that would pay for itself over the 20 years or come close? Just big ballpark?
The Energy Committee did take a look at it. I don't remember how many years it took to pay for itself, but it did, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think it's worth doing even if it doesn't pay for itself. But this will pay for itself in other parts of the budget, the natural gas, electricity.
Precisely.
Well, thanks for all that thoroughness. I just wanted to just simply just point out that, our beloved fire and safety and police department do obviously have far more than the average citizen's burden on safety, and I just do not want to underemphasize the characterization of the importance of that. And, it's just so pivotal. We can talk about things from a cost and budget perspective, but we also want to emphasize what they call the intangible benefits, the safety, the place we call home. They're a big part of our lives. So, just wanted to emphasize that. That's all right.
Mr. Chair.
Chris?
Yeah, really simply, I was coming in tonight expecting this to be a difficult night because I too wanted to give my full-throated support to the new facility. At the same time, had a stick in my throat that I couldn't bear the idea of making a 50-year facility that wasn't environmentally responsible. And if that number continued to dangle below the line, we know how construction projects go. They're late and over budget commonly. Hopefully we're going to beat that. We're going to rewrite history and do it the right way. But to be able to have that number kind of codified and baked into the plan means that all these pages I wrote, I don't have to read. So I'm happy to hear that.
The architect that we had basically went back and said that if we implement a net zero approach to the energy usage for the building, it would add about 3 to 4% to the construction cost, which they calculated to be about $375,000. So that added to the previous number comes up to 16.3. Tom?
So, speaking in some ways relating to the previous discussion, I would resist the temptation of changing any language on the proposal, but it's obviously clear from our discussion that the BRC is recommending to the select board that they include these environmental add-on costs, and that is the reason why we're increasing the number. Obviously, again, I'm so good at stating the obvious, but I want to state it without having it be part of our motion, and I'm sure that's been heard.
Any other comments? So we'll unfortunately have two votes. One is to settle on the 16.3 as the number, and then the second would be to recommend moving that forward. So it's been moved and seconded, moved by Andrew, seconded by Chris Sigmont, to consider a $16.3 million police station and fire substation to include a net zero environmental energy approach. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And then I will entertain a motion to recommend such a bond article for $16.3 million to be considered for the warrant.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Well, that was easy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Justin, for all your
I'm not leaving.
insightful. Okay.
So viewers at home can find presentations on the town select board meetings for October. Toward the end of October was the one that was very thorough. There was an August 22nd one that was also very extensive, and our own BRC meeting October 26th, I think it was.
Not good with dates.
And these are all currently on the website. It can be accessed easily off the town's homepage.
So the next five items are part of general government. Do you want to present these, Anna, or how do you want to proceed?
Sure.
Okay.
The first one on page 7, the capital reserve fund for ADA improvements. Like it goes without saying how necessary this is. It simply establishes a fund so that we have the money available to improve our infrastructure to various town-owned buildings, sidewalks.
Andrew?
What am I missing?
Well, I guess the last time we talked about this, there was talk about this, well, maybe it wasn't here, but the DAC track software, the hundreds of improvements that are listed, how many we had completed, how long we had to go.
That's right.
I don't know if there was any update on in terms of like how long we can expect this to go on for, or should we just consider making this like a line item in a budget somewhere rather than a capital improvement fund?
Russ?
So I had recommended 25,000 as sort of seed money to get the capital reserve fund started, and then we would look at some of the low-hanging fruit that's listed in the study and try to get a few things done off of that. And then to the point, I think we'd probably look at an annual appropriation into that capital reserve fund, a lot like we do the sidewalks fund. So that's the strategy, that's the plan.
Just another small thing, I'm just looking at my notes, which are scant, but we scratched out the word study on that, just reminding the powers that be that this is not a study.
Right.
The point was well made, that it's a capital reserve fund.
I scratched out study and wrote implementation.
Implementation is what I wrote, yes, it's an implementation.
I just had an extra step.
And construction.
Any further discussion on this item?
In the warrant article, would it include what Russ just said, 25,000 for reserve fund, 25,000 for smaller projects?
50,000.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the way it would be.
It would be, the recommendation that was in the preliminary budget was 25,000 to get it started, total, not 50, but, I mean, it's,
Did I miss that?
I'm not trying to cut back, this is part of just the overall financing schematic for the year.
Okay, because on page 7, it still has, where was it changed to 25?
Yeah, that's news to me, Russ.
Okay.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, because if you look at page 71 of the financing non-debt projects, it's still at 50. If the number's 25, then it's 25, but.
Yeah, 50 was the request, so that's what's in the CIP.
But you're suggesting that 25 should
The preliminary budget was carrying 25.
No, it says 50.
Okay.
So the 25 for smaller projects, where would, that would be a line item in the next?
No, it would be a warrant article to establish the capital reserve fund and then appropriate $25,000 into the fund. In the same article.
So now I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
Are we forwarding, are we discussing recommending 50,000 of which 50 would go into the fund and then 25 would be drawn out later? Is that what, or am I?
Yeah, what would be the recommendation by you?
Yeah, I think you can go with 50. It sounds like 50 is the preferred number.
Well, it's just, that's the only number that we had.
Right.
But it's just unclear, Russ, where your 25,000 for the smaller projects would come from.
So it would come from fund balance. That is the recommendation. So there were a series of recommendations in the preliminary budget that were to be voted from fund balance. And the total amount to be voted from fund balance was $377,871. And $25,000 was set aside for the capital reserve fund for the ADA improvements. Again, just as seed money to get us going, establish a few projects that were, I'd call them the low-hanging fruit in the study that was done. And in subsequent years, we would look to put more money into the fund once we get it established, up and running, and get a couple of projects done.
Okay, so you really mean 25,000?
I do.
Okay, that's clear.
Well, we could vote on 25 then.
Well, we can vote on whoever makes the motion.
Oh, that's true.
Any further comments or questions? I'll entertain a motion for some number for
I'm not making a motion.
ADA improvements.
On the fly.
I'll make a motion for the capital reserve fund for ADA improvements with the original amount in the preliminary budget of $25,000.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion?
So Is this number visible anywhere on a page that I can see? Or
So when we handed out the warrant section, you'll remember, it was like the next meeting after you got your preliminary budgets, I handed out the warrants and the CIP items, and there was for 25. And then the town manager's original write-up that he gave out in the first meeting, he was recommending 25 as well.
Okay.
CIP book says 50. And the
So
recommendation is
there are
25.
pieces of paper that have that number of 25,000 on it. That's, I think, where my confusion comes from.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now I'm comfortable.
And part of that, and then that's my mistake, actually, not Russ's. Yeah, there was a layout of projects that Russ suggested would be paid for out of fund balance, and we can dig it out, but out of the umpteen, projects, some of them would be paid for out of fund balance versus being paid for by a tax increase.
Okay.
And it was $25,000 now that you mention it. Thank you for the update.
Thanks for the clarification.
So then the warrant description would list the 25,000, but no tax impact because the money would be taken out of fund balance?
Correct.
Correct.
That's better.
It'll pass.
Yes, it costs nothing.
Strong word.
All those in favor signify of the amount of $25,000 for the capital reserve fund for ADA improvements, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Anna?
Wunderbar.
This is page 9, the parking analysis. And this is another study or analysis that I think we've seen various iterations of parking study and traffic study and this and that. But in my discussions with Dave Sharples, he really emphasized that this study is about parking management. And I think we all have experienced the shortcomings of the parking situation in our streets downtown as far as up to Lincoln Street. This would precede, I just want to point out the study that's a page before it, the Complete Streets, which is a more broad study of traffic flow, which is a bit more inclusive of pedestrian and bicycle use. So that is different in that the scope and the type of use of our streets, whereas this is really going to focus on the shortage and shortcomings of parking.
Okay, so
Dave also told me that paid parking in his estimation is warranted at 85%. So paid parking, I think, is something that we were looking at on Lincoln Street, and that got held off mainly due to the pandemic. But this is still a topic that needs to be explored.
So what was the subcommittee's?
Recommend.
I'm sorry?
We recommend.
You recommend. Okay.
I really just, when I read this, it just sounded so much like the Complete Streets, and there's just so many different aspects, like one piece, just parking, doesn't seem to fit in our overall, like, let's make a plan for the city. So I just, I don't know.
And I agree with you. I asked Dave that question. I wish he was here to help articulate that again. Russ, do you have insights on this?
I don't have any insights outside of the CIP submittal. So basically the plan would be to do the traffic, parking, and pedestrian flow analysis and then create a downtown parking management plan off of that. So that's sort of the core of the 50,000. Supposed to get us circulation improvements, a parking plan, and also address some pedestrian issues. So it's pretty all-inclusive.
Yeah.
And I remember he did come in and talk about what the core was and things like that. And I can appreciate that. And I really feel like we've also just done recently a traffic intersection improvement plan, which also included the core.
Boiling together.
And it's just, I don't want to, get to the point where our town has so much data but doesn't have the power to do anything. I'd rather spend the $50,000 doing something on something else, personally.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I guess I'm sort of in the same ballpark, because I know last year we approved, at the vote, we approved a couple different studies,
Yep.
sidewalk and bicycle, the intersection one, and I noticed on our agenda tonight that the complete street studies didn't make the short sheet here, so are we not going to talk about the complete street studies?
That's 24.
2024.
It's 2024, that's why I'm not going to. Yeah.
So I did ask Dave about that, about the sequence of one before the other.
Right.
And I think I can't speak for Dave, but I think he's feeling the pressure of the parking problem.
Car people.
In our town.
This is, I think this is also on your fund balance list, if I'm not mistaken.
It would be taken from fund balance.
Not that that's a reason to sail it through, but there would not be a tax impact. And it sounds like the town planner is fairly adamant that if we're going to take a next step and spend some money to do things, then we actually need some data.
And
More than just people saying, I can't find a parking place.
I know, Russ,
That's not
you just
data.
pointed out that this is a broad study, but Dave really emphasized that it's focusing on parking management.
So would the data derived from this study then be able to feed into, be utilized by whoever is doing the complete street study?
Yes.
Would these be compatible with?
That is my impression, but I can't say that I can articulate the difference between the two studies perfectly. Sorry.
So, and just to clarify, the boundaries of our town and the parking study boundaries coincide. So up to Lincoln Street, it includes the parking behind the Chinese food restaurant.
This proposed study for 2023 is really for about the dense core of the downtown parking, the immediate parking and related traffic issues in the immediate downtown area.
And I recall Dave Sharples being quite clear about that, very specific about that. And as he pointed out then, complete streets, for
That is
example, might
townwide.
be Portsmouth Avenue, which is like a whole different wax. I vaguely recall that being part of his.
And personally, I think both are very, very needed. I'm a pedestrian when we talk about intersections and those later tonight. I have feelings and thoughts about those things as well. I do think we need a more complete and broad and holistic approach to these things, but this is one piece that.
Chris?
So I'm not going to say that I don't think parking can sometimes be a challenge. It can. What I am going to say is you can call it study or analysis, whatever you call it. When we take that money and you invest, let's say, I'm going to call it a study, a parking study. If you don't have the plan or the wherewithal, forget the plan, the wherewithal afterwards to implement those changes, then there's no point in doing it. So if we have, we're looking at the new police station with a fire substation, we're looking at public works, which is a life safety thing. If the ceiling comes down or people get poisoned, those are really critical, and those are huge. So if you're going to vote yes for a study, you need to be also knowing that you're voting yes for spending the money afterwards for a plan. Because you don't do a study thinking they're going to come back and say your parking's fine, right? They're going to come back and say, this is what you need to do. And what you need to do is going to cost this much money. That's the end of the day. So if you're going to say, yes, let's spend $50,000, you're also saying, yes, and the following year we're going to spend, whether it's money for a parking garage or whether it's some other system for charging for parking. You're voting for two things in my mind. And so I want to say I'm not going to vote for it because of the fact that I'm not ready to vote the next year for an implementation plan money that really right now has to go elsewhere.
Respectfully, we just voted to recommend a $16 million police station that you cannot walk to, that you cannot ride a bike to. So
Oh, I'm not saying I don't think it's needed.
Well-
I'm saying we can't afford to do the implementation right now.
Well, I think when we look at the
In my-
bicycle fatalities that we've had, and the motorist accidents that we've had, and as well as we can't afford not to do it. And without a plan, we can't just leap to an action plan if we don't have a study to inform it.
Yep, and I agree, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying don't do a study, I'm saying don't do the study until you know that you've got the money the following year or the year after that to implement those changes. That's all I'm saying, because I get nervous driving through downtown. I worry about people, walking in front of me or backing out, but it's not, I'm just saying that I can't support it because I can't support spending the money right now to implement whatever changes are recommended is all.
Liz?
Yeah,
It has nothing to do with whether I think we have a parking challenge. Or pedestrian challenge.
I can completely appreciate that, because a study that ends up a binder on a shelf is no good. I guess my question is, when studies like this are done, what is the actual, how much time do you actually have to be able to implement it before you end up having to do a new one?
Yeah.
Like, are we talking
And that's
1
what
year or 2
happens.
years?
Yeah.
Or are we talking, if we needed to wait 3 years, 4 years, it would still be valuable to move forward now? I don't actually know the answer to this question. What is the time frame of doing a study where, because I agree, you need to be ready to take action on the study, or else voters get frustrated that we keep doing studies.
Yeah.
And we don't do anything with them. So how much time do we really have, and Russ, maybe this is a question for you, when you do a study, how much time before it's no longer valid, really,
Well,
for like this?
if we get the management plan out of this analysis that we're talking about, then we could go into a phase of looking at making the recommendations within a year, or maybe 2 years of the plan. I don't think we would go too far beyond that. If we're talking about, I'll just say it, if we're talking about a paid parking plan for the downtown, then that's something that may be, a 1-year item. So we would look at funding, if we needed kiosks in order to implement that, we would look at a 1-year horizon to do that.
Mr. Chair, I think the concern is that we come in next year and say we need $2 million for the Public Works Garage and we need $2 million for parking, right? And then that's going to get voted down. Right, that's what we're saying, right?
Well, right, but that's what our job is try to figure out of all these projects. I mean, you look at the CIP book, there's a dozen, there's twice as many projects as the ones we're considering. And it's our job to figure out the strategy for bringing those to the fore.
So I think what
all
we're saying
valid
is
points, but
if we recommend this, we're also essentially committing to hopefully recommending what this recommends.
I would disagree with that.
Yeah, I
Not to
totally
use this as a bully, but we did an initial study on a fire department substation in 2009, and here it is 2022, and we're finally considering how that goes forward. So we take as much time as we need to make it work for the voters.
And that goes back to your question, can we do this study and implement it 6 years later or 4 years?
Maybe. We had to do a second fire, the labor part of the study to figure out, what we actually needed to size potentially a facility that would hold it. So
What'd that cost?
The other thing, too, I'd mention is that recently we've had zoning board projects approved through our zoning board with parking requirements where we don't have any parking spaces for those projects.
Right.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Multiple spaces, so it's a good number.
I mean, my sense as a resident in town is that we're already approaching the parking problem in a reactionary way. We're already reacting without data, and we need the data so that we can move forward. And rather than react under further pressure of the parking problem, we can build a strategic plan around parking that's based on information. And I do think we need this to move forward.
I like the perspective that Bob, the chair, gave insofar as we're not in a rush, and it doesn't sound like Elizabeth's question has a lot of risk, meaning like we can proceed at our own pace, so to speak. And I think in some senses, I agree with Christine. For me, it's just maybe a little too much now, but the fact is, if the study comes back and says we're generating revenue, and it's so obvious that it has economic benefits, right? And it's so obvious. But right now, I would disagree with Christine and say we might get a study that says it's cost prohibitive because we're adding an unknown amount of traffic by attracting people with parking, and we're adding potentially the need for more public safety. And I don't know, Christine's question is so important because it's possible we get a no. It's possible the study comes back and says this isn't in the long run economically certain that it's going to be net pro, but
I just think
without the study,
this discussion is exactly why we need the study. We're all armchair philosophizing about hypotheticals, and none of us are experts. And if we were to go out and decide if this committee were in charge of solving the parking problem, we would go into it without all the tools. We're not adequately prepared to address the problem.
Okay.
Good.
So I will entertain a motion for the recommendation, one way or the other, of a down traffic and parking analysis.
So moved.
Second to recommend.
Recommend. Okay.
Second to recommend.
For $50,000.
For $50,000.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
nay.
2 nays?
3.
3 nays. Did you get that, Joanne? So that's 7-3. Thank you. Proceed, Anna.
Conservation.
Page 11.
Page 11, thank you. So this also establishes an appropriations fund to assist with land conservation and acquiring land when the opportunity presents us. Kristen did share that we've missed some opportunities to purchase adjacent lands that add to our town's, our green space that we haven't been able to act on. So this would allow a bit more in that fund to work with. And I think you all know she and Dave have been really successful with applying for grant money. So this would be used in conjunction with grants in the future as opportunities are presented for land conservation projects.
I think to back that up, I think one of the things that Kristen said was so many of those grants are matching, so you have to have some funds handy to take advantage.
Correct. Can I ask a question? Sure. And you may not know the answer, but how does this balance with affordable housing? Because I came from San Luis Obispo, and they had conserved so much land it cost $2 million to buy a house. So, I mean, are we in any danger of conserving so much land that you can't build houses anymore?
That is a great question.
As much as I love
I don't know enough about the housing situation. Someone on the housing committee is in the hall, but now's the time to.
My question ties in with that because I'd like to know, because I don't think anyone's opposed to conservation land. The question here, and since I've already put my head on the chopping block once, I'll do it again, is, and here's the thing, my question is, what percentage of our land is already in conservation, and how does that stack up as far as whether it's recommended for a community, how much you should have in conservation, or how much in comparison to other towns? Because I can tell you right now, I don't care if I don't work in Durham anymore, they're always putting land in conservation, and you don't bring in any tax revenue to support your community off conservation land. So we need conservation land. I know we have it. I'd like to know how much do we have, what's the percentage, and is that a healthy balance or an unhealthy balance?
I don't have the acreage and.
Like a third.
But, yeah, a third. I know we're one of the top conservation land communities. Right behind Durham. The words were coming out of my mouth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I mean, Mr. Chair, if I could, I mean, that's my concern. I already own a house here, so I'm happy, but is this going to eventually preclude anyone else from buying in here unless they're wealthy? You know, that's just the concern. As much as I would love thousands of acres of parkland. You know.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I think those are things that.
Question.
It's that knee-jerk reaction of, I love conservation land, we can get grant money, that's even better. But again, do we have more than our fair share already? Do we not have enough? And if you can't answer that question, you shouldn't vote on it. So I'd like to know, is it really a third, or is that a joke?
No.
If I may, there was an excellent presentation on Monday night to the select board on Exeter and our basically land and our data profile. It was really very enlightening. It spoke exactly to all of this. So if you have a chance, go back and spend the 45 minutes and take a look at it if you haven't already, because it does answer a lot of those questions.
I didn't see it, so.
I watched it. I don't recall what they said about land conservation specifically.
Well, the third rings a bell.
So that's a real number. That sounds like a good chunk of land.
But the other thing that was interesting in the presentation is that's not a bad number, right? We're very favorable in a lot of our density things like that. So you hear a third, and again, to be scared about it based on what, you know? I think, when we look at the first two lines in our master plan, they talk about the first two lines of the book talk about conservation and supporting our natural resources in our historic setting as supporting our community. And so the ability to protect that is what the master plan was written about. And so I think that's worth considering as well. So 1/3 could be a good number, it could be a bad number. You don't really know as well. So
My recollection from an earlier conversation is you said there was 100,000 in this fund currently?
A little over that.
A little over 100,000.
107.
In the fund exit, right?
Russ, do you recall any of the specific opportunities that have been missed over the last year or three?
I can't talk to opportunities that have been missed. I can talk to the LCHIP grant, obviously, that we just were successful on and had a match for that.
Well,
I would also add, too, that conservation land, when you buy conservation land or you purchase conservation land, you eliminate the development costs of that land. So basically, you're taking land out of potential development and the costs that go with that.
Meaning infrastructure. Improvements.
Absolutely.
Tom?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, not to minimize the amount, but I've suffered through lengthy meetings on the planning board many years ago where we had philosophic battles about these very things. But we're talking about adding 50,000 to a fund that has 100,000 in it now, giving the Conservation Commission 150,000, or the officer, the natural resource officer, some latitude to jump on opportunities if they become available, whether they be grants or a valuable piece of land if it is deemed to be valuable. But I don't think 150,000 is going to buy you much, so I don't think you need to worry about 30 going to 35 or anything like that. So I just want to put some perspective on that.
I would like to I'll just read this sentence that Kristen, or I'm assuming it was Kristen who wrote this. Exeter has the 9th highest amount of effective impervious cover, being that land cover that doesn't get treated through stormwater structures before discharging to a river or stream in the Great Bay watershed, and is above the recommended threshold for when water quality impacts occur. And as a result, the majority of our rivers and streams are listed as impaired, meaning they do not meet state standards for water quality. So I also just would advocate for this on the basis that we're working to preserve the health and integrity of our land, not necessarily to acquire frivolous, if you will, preservation of land that won't be touched or cannot be utilized for other purposes like housing.
Andrew?
I totally am on board with this, and I want to ask, I guess, how do we get a parking fund appropriation CIP plan? That is something I would absolutely vote for, rather than a study. Start building up the funds, you buy a place downtown, we have some parking.
So we
come out of the study.
We have actually had a municipal transportation improvement fund on the books since 2005, but we haven't appropriated into it for parking because we haven't had a fully developed plan of what we would do.
Okay then.
So just, Anna, would you mind clarifying for me again, the correlation between conservation and environmental impact, I guess, is the correlation that the more land you're conserving, the more land you're maintaining or improving to mitigate negative impact? I'm not following that.
Stormwater, yeah, stormwater contamination. So impervious is basically pavement, so we have, not on, it says the 9th highest amount in the Great Bay watershed. There aren't, I don't know how many communities are in the Great Bay watershed, so it's sort of a number out of context.
Yeah.
I guess, whether this goes forward or not, as you can see on page 11, this request is going on in perpetuity for $50,000. So next year, it would probably be worthwhile to have the write-up include maybe a little bit more comparative data that we can actually sink our teeth into. Ton, I think, is correct that 150,000 versus 100 is not going to all of a sudden put us at risk for,
over-conserving?
Right. And we do need to sort of move forward, since for years we didn't do anything.
Yeah.
But there would be a time, I think, that we might want to take a break, or give the taxpayers a break, if we had the data to support that. So that'd be worthwhile for next year.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to recommend $50,000 for the Conservation Fund.
I would second that.
Who is the second? You, Chris?
Yeah.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'll oppose it.
I oppose. I oppose.
You're opposed as well?
Yeah.
So yes, 7-3.
I just want to add 30 seconds worth of your time, please, for the discussion. I think, again, going to the vagaries, or what I would describe fuzzy picture. I mean, we've heard at these meetings before that we've discussed natural disaster problems. When I visualize the area that I live in, environmentally friendly, no question, but the amount of water, the amount of, again, discussions about water and the ocean, and to me, the issue of land conservation requires a thorough analysis, and I still don't correlate 100% that there really is a threat from massive paving to the environment. To me personally, I would love to know definitively one way or the other, but I hesitate because there's so many other things, I think, that we've already talked about. I don't sense there's enough focus on conservation correlating directly to something yet for me, so.
Bob, just one point of clarification. Would this 50,000 be coming out of the general fund so that it wouldn't have a tax implication, or is this something that would be?
I think it's on the list for
No fund, sorry, no tax impact.
No tax. So
it's on the
so this will come in as zero tax impact.
General fund.
Correct.
Even if we don't recommend it, or we recommend.
I'd like to, for next year, I'd like to have it noted how much we have in conservation, what's considered healthy conservation, and I think also some of the things that we don't think about, and I'm not anti-conservation, I'm not saying that at all, I'm all about balance. Ask my husband, that's about balance, honey, it's about balance, don't be extreme. So are we in balance? And the other thing too is when you say 30% in conservation, well, how much land is not in conservation, but also undevelopable because it's swamp. So you've got 30% conservation, and then you have swamps, and you have this, and you have that, and that can't be developed either. So it's not just 30% of our town is undeveloped, can't be touched. It's much bigger than that. Any water sources and swampy areas, you're not going to be able to build on those either, as any developer will tell you. So, and then there's just developable land that's just undesirable because it's got so much ledge in it, it's too expensive, and so that's just going to sit there forever until. So it's again, I think everybody writes to what they want. We're the 9th highest. Oh, that sounds terrible, but then, oh, wait a minute, that's just for this area, so maybe the number's not as big as it sounded the first time. So I'd like to see more information so that I don't feel swayed because I have a lack of information.
Just lastly, I want to comment on what fiscal federalism means to me, which is to say we are a town that belongs to a county, that belongs to a state, and there's ample competing studies and implications for me to talk about on a local level. To me, conservation doesn't yet resonate in light of all our budget demands, as something that
The good news is I think all of this information is available in our planning department through their data collection efforts, so I'm sure that next year we'll have perhaps a more complete picture.
The master plan speaks to it as well.
I'm sorry?
The master plan.
Right, exactly. So I think the information is there. It's just a question of presenting it to us. So, page 12, Parks Improvement Fund. That would be
Really?
you.
Oh, me?
Parks Improvement Fund?
Oh.
You want to speak to this?
I'm like looking at Greg. I'm like, what are you talking
Greg
about?
can
I'm not in charge of the department.
It's your subcommittee, though.
That is true. So so this fund has been around for a while. This isn't a new fund and has been funded at 100,000.
4 years.
4 years. And as stated, it chips away at all the projects from our many parks and all of our green space in town that need, projects need to be done. I simply asked Greg to give us, bring some examples of projects that were done with the money this past year, so people can get an idea of where that money goes and can help you decide if that's a
To give you a thorough scope, in 4 years, we've completed 41 projects. So quite a bit has been done. To Ton's point, I went really smaller projects this year, trying to not only improve the parks, but also catch up on our aging deferred maintenance. So one of the things I like to highlight is they weren't working in the fall, but next spring we'll have water fountains in 5 of the parks. We will also, we have our truly first ADA compliant playground at Park Street, which has become a big hit. The new pavilion in Townhouse Common. I mean, there's a lot of things that have brought in some vibrancy to the park system. Our Tune and Fork nights with team actually were a big highlight on Tuesdays. Another thing, in the pandemic, we've learned that people are using the parks more, and we see it every day. If you go up to the rec park, we have anywhere from full softball fields, soccer fields, pickleball, tennis. I mean, the Park Street Common Playground is one of our biggest highlights in 2022, really. And that gives us a model to really base any playgrounds moving forward, because we have a new product in there that does make it ADA compliant.
I also did ask Greg too with that, because the other thing that came up was, it's hard to, be fully staffed or hardly, and so being short-staffed, were you still able to spend the money that was given to you? And yes, they can still, the projects still were done, they were completed, so.
Absolutely, and we actually got our last project approved for 2022. Monday's night's select board meeting, we're doing some extensive tree trimming around the lower tennis court to open it up and lessen the liability of the leaves falling. I can tell you my parks maintenance guys spend hours blowing off those tennis courts every other day, if not every day.
Cut down.
No, I'm not cutting down the trees, Tom. I'm trimming the trees. So, I mean, even with short staff, we were able to accomplish all of our goals for 2022.
So you had a $13,000 budget, so is that all gone now, remaining from this year, or?
Yeah, after Monday's approval, there'll be about $4,000 in the whole fund.
So you do a good job spending the $100,000.
You do an excellent job.
Well, well, especially if you consider, Andrew, when we calculated a couple years ago, we're in the millions of deferred maintenance.
Okay.
In the park system. So we only can slowly chip away. Remember, the pool was built in the 1970s, renovated in the 1984, and it shows its age. The fields were constructed in the 60s. I mean, there's a lot of things. The Park Street Common Playground was built in the middle of the 80s, and it showed until we replaced it.
So if I could make a comment, Mr. Chair, of all the things we've seen tonight, I think this is one of the most important. This hits on everyone of all income levels. It makes the town desirable. It's not damaging anything. It's just, the only downside I see here is it costs money. So I'm fully in support of this, if not more.
I just want to add one comment, Chair, if you guys don't mind. Based on my exposure to the tennis courts and all those things, obviously, but what I'm gathering also is the consumption. I mean, is it just for town residents, or am I sensing like we have a tournament here or there, we have people coming from other towns? To what extent is that true? Because I want to harp on fiscal responsibility when it applies to, I've got people from other parts of the state or other states. If you're raising the importance of it, you want to raise it as high as you can go. And if you can talk to whether there's any, perspective on that.
Well, great question. One of the things we need to focus on when you're looking at accessibility to the parks, especially the recreation park. The recreation park is a LWCF funded park. So in 1970s, they raised and appropriated $250,000 and got a match of $250,000 from the feds to build the park. In caveat with LWCF, it is open to everyone. It cannot be just exclusive to Exeter residents because of federal funds used. It's actually under the preview of the National Park System.
I'm so
you are
relieved.
correct.
Yeah.
There are other people that come in and use it. We have held pickleball tournaments and softball tournaments, which brings in economic development to the downtown with a lot of people spending money.
But not directly through, you're not collecting a fee for the use of it?
Absolutely, we collect a fee.
You are collecting fees?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's my boy.
Nothing is free.
But that said,
Damn straight.
you could drive over from East Kingston and walk in our park, and we're not going to charge you for that. So,
Which is fine. That's what democracy is all about.
Yeah, I had visions of all extra kids getting chips installed in next so you could find out who's Exeter and who's not.
Doesn't the pool also collect fees? It's been ages since I've been to the pool, but the pool is fee-based, is it not?
It is, and that comes out of our rec revolving fund, which
Exactly.
historically, the municipal pools do not make money, period. So that's one thing. It's a nice service to have, and we do as best as we can, and we raise other monies otherwhere to offset said losses at the pool.
This funding would also be part of the fund balance draw. Good. So there will be no tax impact. Judy?
Yeah, my understanding is the money goes into the capital reserve fund. The request is put on the warrant, and if it passes, I think this is from you, Russ, then the select board authorizes money to be withdrawn for specific projects. Is that correct?
That's right. It's a warrant article every year.
And to add a layer on top of that, Judy, is we usually, during rec advisory board, run by projects like, what do you think? And we listen for feedback. We want to hear from people what they want to see. We know what the deferred maintenance is, but if there's an improvement that people want to see, hence an ADA accessible playground, we listen to it and we make those accommodations.
Do a good job.
Thank you.
Further discussion? I'll entertain a motion
In the
on
interest
this.
of time, Mr. Chair, someone moved it, I'll second. To recommend 100,000.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. The next item, Planet Playground improvements shown on page 13 have been, we're on the town manager's deferred list, so we will not be discussing those. The next item is on page 16, the intersection improvements program, not a plan, as the author of this table incorrectly put down. That would be me.
You'll be lucky if we vote you in again as chair next year. I mean, seriously.
Whose luck are we talking about? So with us, we have Jen Perry, the Director of Public Works, and Paul Vlasich, the Town Engineer, to discuss this program.
So I think most of you are aware that we have been working on intersection improvements. We've been working with VHB on an earlier phase of improvements and recommendations of highly critical intersections in town that require attention. And earlier this year, Paul did make a presentation to the Select Board about this particular project that we're promoting to move forward with for next year, which is the Front Street intersection with Pine and Linden Street. And the recommendation at that time was for a roundabout, which we do have some photos. I think you can almost see it in the CIP booklet. And Paul has more information. We have a lot of information on the town website, too.
Tom?
I watched that presentation, and I was under the impression that you were going to roll in the other intersections as well. Am I mistaken on that or not?
We are going to roll in one of the other intersections. It's the Winter Street at Railroad and Columbus Avenue, and there were several alternatives that were considered for that location, but it's the least cost alternative.
It's the low-cost version.
That improved the sight lines.
Which actually was a pretty handsome...
Can't remember, which one? Option 3?
Sorry?
Get rid of that fence to improve the sight line.
So this, to clarify, this CIP request and this amount would do those two intersections, i.e. the roundabout and the low-cost option on Winter Street. Winter Street in Columbus.
So as, excuse me, shown on the table, if passed, this would, first year payment in 2024 would be approximately $100,000 and go down slightly over the next 10 years. Go down slightly every year, obviously because of interest. Any further discussions? Any comments by town engineer, one way or the other? No?
May I ask a question, town engineer? In light of all these studies we've talked about, traffic, traffic, parking, and so on, is there any coordination, communication with those prospective, studies? Are you going to be able to say, obviously, this is addressing a huge issue from various perspectives, including a traffic study. I'm concerned that's understood, that there's got to be some sort of understanding between these future traffic studies, which is looking at stuff before this was built, and now looking at, what is the impact when this moves forward, which everybody agrees is necessary. I just want to make sure I understand if there's any planning consideration there, coordination. And is it necessary? That's your area of expertise.
Yeah, and I'm not fully understanding what you're asking me right now.
Okay, so given that we've got the circles planned, and we've got these studies planned on traffic and so on, does anybody kind of want to follow on with?
Well, the traffic studies for downtown.
This isn't just downtown.
For just the downtown study, this is out by Pine Street and Linden Street. So there's no parking really associated with it, and the traffic is, well, anybody who's driven through that knows there's a traffic problem. You don't need a study to tell you that's a horrific intersection.
Yeah.
Right. So the short answer is it's not downtown, which is where the parking and traffic analysis would be.
Just curious.
Yep.
I just have one.
So just a little bit of history here first. The study that VHB just performed, and there was a presentation earlier this year to the select board, was the Water and Front Street intersection right down here by the bandstand.
Oh, yeah.
There was the roundabout that we are presenting here, and the roundabout has the ability to calm some of the more drastic traffic accidents with this design. The other street, the other intersection we looked at was Water, High Street, and Clifford and Franklin, right downtown also. And there's some recommendations for that. And also the Winter Street, Columbus Ave, Railroad Ave intersection, of which we are choosing to do the low-cost option for right now.
Is that 1, 2, or 3 from the presentation?
3.
That's number 1.
Yeah, I think it's number 1.
That's number 1.
Number 3 is the one that I would have looked. So I just have one point. So I really applaud that you've gotten the data now and you've looked at the intersections we need to improve and you're recommending these ones. I think there was 2 points that we made previously. One was, did we want to go, instead of asking for all the funding to make this $700,000 roundabout, or get the town to actually talk about if they want a roundabout period, just on the warrant article, because I think there'll be some strong emotions either way about having the first and only roundabout in Exeter. And then the second point I had was, Jen knows me very well in terms of impacts to Washington Street, the street that I live on. Winter Street is my backyard. I've already seen the significant increases in traffic from the street that recently, the intersection improvement on Route 27. I just would like to understand if this has been looked at in terms of what kind of change that would have on the traffic pattern on Winter Street. If now I think are we adding another stop sign here, or is it just the same stop sign that's already on Winter Street? Sorry, I don't want more traffic on Washington Street that's already very, very busy.
Yeah, there's no additional traffic signs, no additional stop bars. What this does, it changes some of the alignment of the edge of pavement so that cars can have better sight lines when they pull up to the intersection.
I walk my dog through that intersection all the time. I totally like this idea. I would love to see some additional sight lines for pedestrians also on this plan. So I'd love to see not just the intersection, which is thinking about cars, but also pedestrians considered in this plan, which I didn't really see.
Where the curb lines are being adjusted, they're along Winter Street, there is sidewalk replacements there also.
If I could, I walk through this same intersection every day and drive through it. In fact, I had my first fender bender of my life there a couple weeks ago. I got to meet our new police officer, our latest officer. There you go. That was fun.
That's why it's on the plan, right?
I agree wholeheartedly with improving both of these intersections that are addressed here. Personally, I like the idea of a roundabout. I think of it as not unlike the cute little roundabout in downtown Amesbury. If anyone's not driven through there, I think that's a good example of the type of structure we're talking about.
Mr. Chair.
But the Winter Street, I want to bring up the Winter Railroad Columbus intersection. I agree wholeheartedly with Andrew. I feel like that cheapest of the 3 options is perhaps acceptable. It's definitely going to improve the safety for automobiles, but I don't feel like it addressed pedestrian and bicycle. And I hear you saying Winter, but I don't hear you saying Railroad. And that's the street I walk on. It's the street a lot of families use with younger kids to walk back and forth to Lincoln Street every day. And we need a safe pedestrian way on Railroad.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if I could. A couple things on that. And I did watch the presentation all the way through, and it was great. And I also am a ginormous fan of roundabouts. I spent many, many trips to Europe, and I always wondered why, other than a few spots in New England, we don't have a lot more roundabouts. I love them for medium traffic flow or less. When I looked at this particular one, I was curious. It looks like, I remember from the presentation, it was already pretty snug for getting large tractor trailers through, but it was still there. It was good. And I see we've taken care of pedestrian, but I'm curious about bike lanes or future bike lanes or sharrows or anything that's going to keep it safe for cyclists going through there. That was a concern of mine. I realize we're hemmed in there pretty tightly, but I don't even recall cycling being addressed in the presentation. And I'd echo the Railroad Ave. It's treacherous for pedestrians and cyclists. So
Yeah.
Quick question, Paul. Are the only two intersections we would be actually improving with this would be the Front Street, Pine Street roundabout, and then the Columbus Ave?
That's the only two.
Those are the only two. So the other two, there's no significant construction?
Not proposed right now.
Okay. So I guess my suggestion might be, when whoever writes the warrant article, is that we actually articulate where this is going to happen. Would be worthwhile, I think, because that would probably, well, you just need to focus people on exactly what we're planning on doing instead of an arbitrary intersection improvement. So I would suggest that. Yeah. Any other questions, Judy?
I don't see any educational component in this. You know, if we're trying to increase public safety, it seems it would be helpful to have an educational component that addresses how drivers are supposed to enter and leave a roundabout.
Judy, that's covered in the driver's manual. Yes. It's covered in the driver's manual.
Well, in the driver's manual, but do we have an update?
In Saugus. Let's go practice in Saugus, down on the way to the airport.
If I may,
That would be
a
practical.
roundabout as a traffic engineer is the most elegant solution until humans become involved. And then they all crash.
Yeah. It would just be nice if somewhere there were information.
Proper roundabout etiquette?
Absolutely.
Americans don't, hanker too well to
Get out my book of proper etiquette.
But we can try. We can give it a whirl.
I recommend National
I hear
Lampoon's European Vacation also.
I hear the resistance to the roundabout, but I'll advocate it also.
I think
My
it'd be
father
great.
lives in a very rural western Washington town where they put their first roundabout in, and I visited shortly after, and nobody knew how to do it. And then 10 years, it was crazy. Like, I had been living in Boston. I was like, I'm a pro at roundabouts. And then 10 years later, I visited again, and they had wonder of wonder, another roundabout. And it's just smooth sailing. The whole rural community and urban community that converges there, they have all adapted, and it works beautifully, and there's no looking back. The whole community loves it.
That intersection.
Ed's Auto Body on the corner is doing well also.
There's one in the Walmart shopping center and that thing.
Yeah, there you go. So I will entertain a motion one way or the other on this proposal.
I'd make a motion to recommend.
And I'll second Newport.
So this would be for the amount of $798,000 for the two intersection improvements proposed. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
I know we just voted on it, but I'm looking at the book and it has a different number. It's a different number. I'm just pointing that out.
The 50, at least if I'm reading it correctly, the study was already approved for down the road, right?
There's another 50 proposed in 2 years out
Okay, so-
that continues additional studies of additional
If required.
intersections.
And there's a CIP item that was recently approved also for this next phase of study. Beautiful. And with that, we're going to look at Holland Way in Hampton, the Epping Road, Park Street, Winter Street intersection, Hampton Road and Guinea Road, and then Brentwood Road and Dogtown Road. So those are the remaining 4 items that were in the master plan, and those are the ones that are given to the consultant to start the analysis, very similar to the one we went through with the previous 4 intersections.
So the School Street improvements, both general fund water and sewer, had been deferred by the town managers. This is on page 20 of the CIP book. It had been deferred, but the Public Works Department has found that this is one of the items where there's a state revolving fund forgiveness, principal forgiveness on this to the tune, it's a $4.9 million project, design and construction, and about $800,000 or so, roughly 25%, would be potentially forgiven. So could you just enlighten us on, this program before we
I'll start.
just proceed with the decision?
So at the beginning of the year, the department knew that there would be some funding, potential funding coming to communities. And so we put a lot of our street reconstruction and utility reconstruction projects together, even though that some projects were not going to be proposed in FY23. We looked out a few years to see if we could get lucky with any type of funding. And we were surprised that we got very lucky with funding, and so there is the potential that if we choose to do some projects, that monies are available. And if you look at that one handout that has the red items in there for either principal forgiveness or grant funding, you'll see what was offered to the town, and we'll have to make a choice whether we want to accept those or not. So with that background, School Street was one of the projects that at least when it went to the planning board was proposed for the FY23 design and FY24 construction. And if you add both of those together, you're at $4.9 million, and we put in an SRF application for the clean water, and clean water is really the sewer lines and drain lines. And we were successful in based on the cost of the clean water portions of $3.18 million to potentially get the principal forgiveness of 25%, which equates to that $796,000 figure.
So you say potentially, what's the... is it a standard application
if we so
process?
choose, if we so choose to move forward with the project or not.
Yeah, it's not potential. It is.
So if we move forward, we would.
So the odds are 100%.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice. I like those odds.
Question. So, Tom.
Question maybe for Russ. Is this one of those situations where if we were hypothetically to forward this and recommend it and forward it to the select board, where then a warrant would be crafted that would make the funds contingent upon the state funds being part of it?
If that were the case, we would do that. We would write it right into the article.
Anna?
My question is, if this project were to move forward, is this infrastructure adequate to support any proposed or future development in that neighborhood? For instance, at Bridges Brothers or the Handkerchief Building? Is this connected to that same?
The utilities in this particular area, and it encompasses I even got my glasses on. School Street, Union Street, Garfield, and Kossuth Street.
So Kossuth and Garfield is the corner where I'm talking about.
Yeah, the water mains are in very sad shape. If the fire department was here, they've been politicking down at our department to get those replaced, even back when we were working on the Lincoln Street project. The sewer lines are terrible shape. Drain lines the same way. There's sidewalk situations and poor conditions of the road. So it really lends itself into a total reconstruction of both utilities and the roadway.
I'm thinking ahead and looking back at Monday night's presentation about urban density and the potential for housing, and that area is prime for being developed in some way. But that's not going to happen without the
So
support
you're asking,
infrastructure.
would these upgrades potentially support?
I'm asking if this is adequate to support future development that we're likely
And I'm
to
trying
see.
to picture the handkerchief factory, but the
Behind the-
upgrades of utilities in Lincoln Street went a long way for the bolstering up of additional usage.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is Andrew?
Oh, thanks, Bob. So, Paul, so I can appreciate what you've got planned here, but I see a number of $405,000 for just designing, and I was looking at the rough numbers here at 2,700 feet of development. We're looking at $56 per foot for sidewalks and $50 per foot for water engineering. So I know we have. I know there's probably a vacancy and issues with insourcing this type of work, but for a rough cost of $146 per foot to design essentially utilities, I feel like we could hire somebody or increase the salary range for the people and attract more people to the position, because I feel like we are always going to be doing this kind of design work in this town. We need to take care of our utilities within this town, and paying, I just don't understand why we would want to be consulting out at $150 roughly per square foot for design.
Yeah, and it doesn't stop there either. It continues through construction and then stuff also. So there's a component for the engineer for construction administration and inspection also in the construction dollars.
Okay, so that actually, I think I remember Jen telling me that it actually covers the cost of the building engineering as well, on the, not just the design side.
Right.
But I do know that this is, even still, I think bringing more of this internally would make a lot of sense, rather than continue.
Quick question. I'm judging from the language and what you had said about we definitely have it, that it's a principal forgiveness issue, not a grant. Because a grant, we would have.
It's not a grant, it's
So they have a program in place that says if you do something like this, then 25% principal gets.
You'll have to take the state revolving fund.
Right.
For the full amount, and then get that as the principal forgiveness.
Now, is that a one-time this year or next year, or is it something that
I don't know
there was
that.
an indication that it could go forward?
I don't know that.
Don't know that.
I think one thing we learned was we did put in a surface water treatment project last year into the drinking water SRF program, and we're successfully ranked, and then we declined it, and this year we didn't do so well on the drinking water side SRF application. So I think they do look at, if the town does follow through with projects once we put them in. So I'm not saying, we can't really handicap what would happen in the future, but I think it's important to have some responsiveness to the offers. Otherwise, they're going to just kind of put us further down the list. And the list is deep.
Tom?
A couple of questions. One is, given the other projects that the department is committed to and heading into, specifically West Side, finishing up, I guess, Salem Street area, starting West Side and all of that. I mean, I'm totally supportive of fixing up this very old infrastructure, so I'm very supportive of capitalizing on updating our infrastructure, B, grabbing money from the state when it's available. But does it fit in with your capacity as a department to do this?
Yeah, it does if I was typically staffed fully.
Yeah.
I've been without an engineer for about a year now.
Yeah.
But the philosophy was to try to do a major project a year.
Yeah.
And that's where West Side Drive is going to be designed this year, constructed. Next year, while School Street was going to start being designed and then constructed. From there, we were going to jump to Water Street, where it connects to Newfields Road over on that side. From there, go over to Washington Street and finish some sewer there. So we've got it staggered.
So it does actually fit into your...
It does, but also importantly, through some asset management studies of what we've got to be spending on upgrades of water systems and sewer systems too, these fall in line with that. We're trying to group some of these utility projects with road projects or sidewalk projects, so we're not just doing one utility at a time.
Yeah.
So it does make sense, at least in the planning stages here.
Fantastic.
Well, it makes sense that we have to make forward progress on the projects, but again, you had mentioned West Side Drive. That was somewhat of our priority this year. It's a $6 million project.
Mm-hmm.
We obviously, as we've already talked, a third of the way through our list, there's a lot of things on our plate. To add another almost $5 million project, even if we get $1.5 million forgiven, that's still a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree.
Personally, I'm not quite sure we have that bandwidth either. I don't think the voters have the appetite for it, and I don't think we as a town right now have the bandwidth to do both of those projects. There's always going to be projects out there.
I know.
And there'll be money that comes and goes. A question I had, Russ, in the write-up, it said if selected, ARPA funds may be available. Would these be part of our existing ARPA allocation, or would these be new, potentially ARPA funds? Or what does that comment refer to, do you think?
New ARPA. So the state, these funds would flow through the state as ARPA funds if they became available. But this isn't contemplating that, this list.
I'm just reacting to the note.
Bob?
Yes, Judy.
We don't know what's happening with the infrastructure money as yet, and probably won't for some time. But is this the kind of project that might do well in applications for infrastructure monies whenever they do come available? Who might know that?
Okay, so as I mentioned,
our engineer, did he have any, sorry?
Well, that's basically what we did do, is apply for that type of funding, and how they...
That type, but, excuse me, but there's a huge bill with money sitting in it that has not been, dispersed, or the monies are not available as yet, but there's a lot of money that will become available, but we just don't know when and how the application process will go forward and so forth.
It's a difficult one to answer because our previous round of specialty funding, kind of one-time funding, whether it was infrastructure or if it was congressionally directed spending, it's very specialized. So our siphon project was one that was top ranked. The part of the sewer, the pump station from Webster, and the force mains associated that was funded. But typically, just to have utility improvements, I would say would not be a highly ranked project. Those were kind of specialized needs that were core to the entire community that made it so kind of rise to that level. I don't think that a project like this typically would, and that's been part of our experience even in the SRF program. It hasn't usually risen to this level of funding, but because there is federal funding that's being funneled through the states, that's why they have additional funding, and that's why there's kind of this extra principal forgiveness that we haven't seen in a long, long time. But I don't know how long that is going to be out there.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, so as I had mentioned, this project had been deferred by the town manager. If someone would like to make a motion to reconsider it, I will entertain that, but otherwise...
I want to know what the town manager thinks.
Well, I think we have a full slate of projects already in tow, and I think it's, even at 25% forgiveness, it doesn't cover a large amount of the funds that are required for this. I would be concerned about the water and sewer rate impacts, which we haven't really looked at as far as these projects go. I'm not debating the need. I think the need is there, but I think it's a matter of trying to sequence them and fit them into a financial plan that makes sense. So even though the 25% is there, my hope would be that as an annual process, we could go back and reapply in a year, and that we would get due consideration on that list.
I hear you. And you mentioned the west side, and I'm looking at the numbers and I'm thinking about...
Well, years ago, the Public Works Department came up with a priority list, and they followed that roadmap, and we've supported those efforts. And if it was 75% or 90% money available, I think we'd reconsider. But 25%, I don't think so. Personally, I don't think it's enough to sway it. But I'll entertain a motion to consider it if there's one forthcoming. Okay, it will remain deferred. The next item, the Sidewalk Capital Recovery Fund for $200,000 is...
200?
That has likewise been deferred.
Bob, I can speak to that just briefly.
That'd be great.
Let the committee know that we received $257,000 in additional highway aid this year. Was one-time money, and we do have it to spend. So one of the things that we couldn't spend it on is sidewalks. And that's above budget, so it's not included as part of the town's regular budget. It's additional funds, thanks to our state legislators, one of which is sitting right over there. was an active advocate for that.
Thank you.
Do you say sidewalks because that's a cost for a project that fits the amount of money, or because it's higher up on a priority list, or?
Well, I think Jennifer could speak to it, but I think we would try to create a project that would fit the $257,000 or some amount of that. And then the rest, if it's, if there are surplus funds available, we could use them for paving or another approved use.
Mr. Chair, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So actually, I'd like to make a motion to put this back into the capital reserve fund and recommend it. I think having $200,000 directly on the sidewalk fund gives the town the opportunity to address deficient sidewalks when they need to. I know the sidewalk plan was last done in 2014 because I've read it, and I think it could even just be spent for that purpose if we wanted to, updating the sidewalk plan. I think sidewalks are very important. I walk pretty much everywhere in this town, so that's just me. So I'd like to make that motion if possible.
Can you clarify that?
Motion?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the motion?
I would try to. I'd like to make a motion to add the $200,000 sidewalk capital recovery fund to recommend it. to stay in the capital improvement plan.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Discussion?
Just curious on the wording, because it does specifically say funding to reconstruct and repair deteriorated sidewalks, but it doesn't say anything about sidewalks that are missing or anything to do with the sidewalk plan. It specifically only addresses existing sidewalks. I'm curious, can these dollars be used to, like I'm thinking of, my neighborhood sent me here to talk about the sidewalk that magically disappears on Brentwood Road and leaves you hanging out in the middle of nowhere in traffic with your kids and your dog and your stroller and all that kind of stuff. Can these funds be used to complete incomplete sidewalks, or I guess is the question.
The level of funding that we've recommended historically, and prior to this year, it was $120,000 per year, but because material costs are going up, installation costs are going up, we've increased that recommended annual amount to $200,000, was to cover existing network sidewalks. If there's a missing section, it would include something like that. But to extend a sidewalk, beyond the limits of current sidewalk network, it does not cover that. Now, I would have to defer to the town manager on the wording of the reserve, the capital reserve article that was voted when it passed in 2014. Yeah, we'd have to look at that. I think there may be.
I think you described it correctly.
Okay, so if the town manager's indicated that 200,000 is going to be available, like
250.
But that's not for
257.
not for sidewalks, right? It's for anything.
That was the highway aid.
Can be used for sidewalks.
And or any other highway work.
Correct.
Not necessarily sidewalk.
Correct.
Could that include new sidewalks as opposed to the?
Do it.
Yes.
As opposed to the capital
reserve
recovery fund, which apparently maybe doesn't?
Yes.
That's my take on it too.
so if we move forward with your, plan, we wouldn't be able to extend sidewalks.
You still could with the 257,000.
That's
then repair what we have with the 200, which we should be doing
thank you for
anyways.
clarifying. Okay.
The 250 we have regardless of what the vote is on this, correct?
Correct. It's in hand.
So it's in hand.
Correct.
There you go.
So this would be over and above the 250.
257 to be exact.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, Russ, why are you recommending deferral of this again? Because of the incoming money?
Yes, because we have essentially money in hand that represents at least 1 year of this funding.
Okay, so that'll be used for the sidewalks.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation.
Okay.
It's ultimately going to be up to the select board to decide that.
Okay.
Just to sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Does that, do we still want to add even more?
That's his motion.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the motion that we're discussing.
I can tell you my street's been on the list since 2014.
Fair enough, yeah.
So it's $170,000 is what they had in the original 2014 plan, at $200,000 a year. When it's almost 10 years later, I don't think it's going to cover it,
So I would add that if she's projected, if our fearless leader here over here in Public Works has predicted the cost of material and labor has gone up, it's not clear to me when those costs could go down. It's that debate that everybody's having about inflation and so on. It could turn out to be more money at the end of the day if you get a bigger bang for your buck in 6 months. My personal take is defer according to town manager's recommendation.
Well, anybody else? Liz?
I just keep coming back to an earlier discussion around prioritizing what we're putting forward.
Yeah.
And I keep going back to the Public Works garage analysis and how critical that is. And the more things we add, I worry that that's going to lose votes. And so if we have the money for sidewalks that would cover what we need, I'm going to be voting no on this motion because I want to make sure that the things that are absolutely critical that we don't have funding for right now are getting approved. So that's where I stand on this.
Would that $257,000 be able to pay for that study? It's a highway fund.
Pay for something. There's a lot of sidewalks to be done for $257,000.
For $257,000, that's unfund, like goes to whatever, it's highway, where could you spend that money? So to your point.
Or where couldn't you spend the money? Is maybe a better question.
I think to spend it on the $50,000 DPW garage analysis.
Yeah, could you do that?
I think that would be a stretch, because that's not.
Yeah,
That's
A lot of
not.
highway trucks in those garages.
And politically imprudent.
That's not roads or sidewalks.
I like that.
Well, motion's been moved and seconded, and I think we've discussed it. This may, well, we'll see how it goes, but I'm going to ask for a show of hands. There's 10 of us here, might be deadlocked, but I will refrain from voting until we see where it goes. It's just I don't want it to be deadlocked, 10 to, or 5 to 5. So I have that prerogative.
You do. You are the chair.
So by show of hands, all those in favor of Andrew's motion to reinstitute and recommend the Sidewalk Capital Recovery Fund of $200,000, by show of hands, indicate by saying aye. 4 ayes and nays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Levity. Levity. I think we could use it right now.
So it will remain
Yeah.
deferred at this
Just made our
point.
point.
I think it's good. It's
Well
good.
done.
Well done. I'm glad
But
you went
very
through this.
good discussion. Thank you
Great.
for bringing it up.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up.
That's why I'm here.
So, I'm going to make some assumptions to sort of try to move things along here, but I'm assuming if we did not wholeheartedly jump on the School Street reconstruction, I'm sort of thinking the Water Street at $6.3 million with a stormwater grant of $100,000 off of that might encounter some resistance. Paul,
Yeah, we
weigh in
didn't
on-
get any SRF funding for that one at all, other than a $100,000 grant where we could, a stormwater grant where we can plan the project. And this is no match to the town, so I think this is one that we should move forward with, the $100,000 grant.
We should move forward?
Correct.
This is usually where I jump in and say that the select board are authorized to accept grants. That authority's been given to them by town meeting back in 1993, so if we get a grant, we can go through that as the administrative acceptance process.
But would it be specifically for this project, or could it be applied to the West Side Drive project?
That's a Paul question.
No, that would have to be for the Water Street project.
So if we accept the grant and let's, for instance, let's say we don't, as a group, recommend this project, then would that grant still be available next year if we put it on for 2024? Or would we have to the select board would have to take this up on their own?
I think we need to reapply.
Yeah, we would need to reapply all over again.
Well, I'll ask the committee, do they want to, discuss out the $6.3 million project for a $100,000 grant?
No.
Or move along?
No.
I'm not seeing a lot of enthusiastic.
But this is a stormwater planning grant.
Yeah,
It's
can
not
I
for the project.
Yeah, it's a clarification. All we are recommending is moving forward with the $100,000 planning grant for this particular project, the stormwater planning grant.
But it doesn't necessarily commit us to the project, the Water Street project, in a one-year time frame?
I don't know the time frame, but I don't think it locks you into a specific time.
No, it doesn't lock you into the project.
I'll make a motion that we go forward with the accepting $100,000 stormwater planning grant.
Well, we would have to recommend that the selectmen accept it, since they're the ones with the acceptance ability.
This is going pretty fast.
Yeah, sure. Well, we'll have room for discussion. So Chris has moved to recommend that the select board accept this stormwater planning grant for the Water Street project.
I can second, yeah.
And Ed has seconded, and the understanding would be that this does not commit us. This project was slated for next year for design in 2025 for construction, but this acceptance of this grant does not obligate us to move that project ahead any quicker than that.
Discussion? Yeah, just to, so it's 100, if we get the grant, we get the grant, it passes, you do $100,000 worth of planning, and then we pull up the emergency brake and wait till further approval for other things.
Correct.
Okay.
Just to remind everybody, we did a similar effort in West Side Drive. We had a $75,000 stormwater planning grant for that project, and that certainly helped us to build the design and move forward with the project. So it's a good way to kind of keep momentum moving forward and getting the necessary information.
Okay, Tom?
Just a process question, maybe for Russ, maybe for Jen. I thought I just heard you say, Russ, that this is an authority granted to the select board. So this, I'm just wondering why we're even discussing this, and whether the motion is even necessary, or I mean, maybe it's advisory, maybe it's a sense of the board. But Russ, what do you say?
I think the things that you just said are in order. Could be that you want to do something just as an advisory body, but it is up to the select board to decide whether or not they want to accept the grant.
We have a majority of the select board representatives here, but my experience is, as a recommendation committee, that they would like to hear our recommendations on items of significant dollar amounts, of which $100,000 is. So, yes, they have ultimate authority, but for that, I think they would like to hear our thoughts. That's just me.
Chair, I think Ton had a
follow-up.
No, it's okay. No,
Unless the R and BRC.
I have one other thought, but you go
You can
first.
say that about anything we recommend.
So Dr. Zwan and Chair and Discussion Committee, I think if we're just spending for the sake of spending and we don't think that, it's technically something that we're going to want to pursue for various prioritizing reasons, I would want to discuss it more and think about it, because I don't just want to, like you had said, Don, just accept money for accepting money, when in fact, maybe that money could go somewhere else at the end of the day. It just doesn't feel right.
Well, it's not just spending money to spend money. If you look on page 25, this project was the next one down the road after School Street. So it is the next big project, West Side Drive, School Street, and Water Street. So it is the next big project.
The next down the road,
the work that the grant would fund is necessary work.
Yeah.
It just probably won't be up for consideration for a couple of years.
Okay. Point of clarification, though, is that I'm not speaking against the motion. I'm not. I was just trying to clarify the process, why we were going through this process. But I heard your answer, Bob, and I'm totally comfortable with that, and Russ's answer. I one other question, though, related to it for our town engineer, though, is does this then mess up your scheme as far as timing and prioritizing? Because we just passed on School Street, but we're moving forward on this one. So, but do you think that messes things up or not?
No, the School Street, is a little bit of a setback for us, but but I know that there's a big cost there. To be able to plan Water Street, where all of our sewer lines and a good portion of our biggest drainage area goes through this street also. It's going to take a little bit of planning. I think this will help us. And I think there's even some other outside utilities like the gas mains and stuff that need to be replaced in there too. That'll help have corridors and layouts for us. I think it fits nicely with what we want to do.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? So it's been moved and seconded to accept, or recommend that the select board accept the grant with the proviso that the town is under no obligation to move the project further ahead in the list than it is currently slated for. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No, here, yeah.
You're opposed? Okay. 9-1. Joanna? Okay, 25. So the next is West Side Drive, which is on page 26. It's discussed in both the Public Works General narrative as well as the Water and Sewer narrative. There'll be components from all three funds. The differing amounts are shown in the reports. By my calculations, the total, first it's a 15-year, proposed 15-year bond, of which if you add the three funds together, it would be a $588,000 obligation in 2024, of which the vast majority of that is on the water and sewer side. That those are the largest part of the projects. So we can divvy up the costs if you'd like, but they're in the book. And the subcommittee does recommend, the subcommittee on both general fund as well as water and sewer recommended passage or recommendation of this bond article. Any discussion? Somebody like to make a motion?
I'd like to do that one.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we recommend to the board, the select board, this project for the cost as described, $6,020,000.
Second.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Quickest way to spend $6 million.
Okay.
Left the station.
So on
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is another one of those that has principal forgiveness of 20%.
Wow.
So we'll be getting $740,000 in principal forgiveness for clean water SRF.
Yeah, I saw that, and I forgot to mention it. Thank you.
Thank you.
For West Side Drive?
Yeah. How much? 700?
740.
Wow, great.
So
You
does that
almost
mean
buy a
we have-
sidewalk on Brentwood Road.
Exactly.
Look at that.
Or in front of Andrew's house.
Yeah. Flash shades.
As long as it's my house. Okay, so the next item is the Court Street pumping station. A little bit of a, I think there's a discussion in the sewer report. The equipment in this facility are over 20 years old. The facility is quite old itself. The problem is that the facility right now isn't designed, in addition to the equipment being old, it's not designed right now to handle some of the proposed economic development and planning projects. A point that Anna brought up quite succinctly about the School Street project is this been sussed out, and there was a concern by the subcommittee that we were maybe spending good money after bad in that we would upgrade something and then find out if a project got approved a year or two down the road that the improvements would be almost obsolete. And we wanted to, I guess, discuss this. Matt Berube is our managing engineer for the Water and Sewer Department and probably has a little bit more background on this. So, Matt, if you could illuminate us, please.
Well, according to our discussions, we were looking to maybe downsize this project into a phased approach. So I think we can make that happen. Again, if we focus on replacing the pumps and some of the electrical equipment that feed those pumps, this might buy us some time. There is some improvements potentially being made upstream of this pump station that could alleviate some of the pressure, meaning the flows coming from upstream might be reduced. So it was our discussion that it would probably be a good idea to make some repairs so that the station can keep up and going, but be able to see the efforts from upstream to see if they actually did reduce their flows before we go designing another station. It might be able to be smaller. I don't want to say it will be, but there's potential. So there's a lot of I&I, inflow and infiltration upstream from this station. So we felt by reducing it down to 400,000 that I'd be able to replace the pumps and do a few upgrades to the station to keep it going.
Thank you.
Would the equipment, you'd be able to analyze it and size it such that there'd be enough flexibility that if some of the projects were approved, in discussions with the planning department, that, be okay with it, but also on the other side, if we reduce I&I, we haven't significantly oversized them. And in any case, the equipment would be able to be used in a subsequent facility upgrade if required.
Yes, just depending upon when that upgrade happens. It's a very corrosive environment, so I don't want to say that everything will be available for reuse.
But out of a $5.6 million project, if we can spend a fraction of that and get new equipment that is currently over 20 years old, that's not a bad way to go. Now, Russ, would you still look at this as a five-year bond if it was a much smaller amount, or would we do something different?
I'd have to look at the very specifics of what is entailed with the project, the way Matt has described it. But I think we would go 5 years based upon the number I'm seeing.
And this would just be paid for by the sewer rates, not water rates or by the general fund. Any further questions on the sort of the slight change in approach on this article?
Appreciate the thoughtfulness and stage approach.
So I would entertain a motion to proceed ahead with a $400,000 bond to replace equipment as required in the Court Street pump station.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Vote. Thank you. Yeah, another, that's page 27. I missed that. On page 28.
About 38 million.
For the rest, I can't read.
Sewer capacity rehabilitation.
Need 60%. They did not put it on there. There was, on page 28, there's a description of doing basically a capacity analysis of a cross-country line, and what that means, it's not in the roads, it's through rights-of-way and through the woods, basically. Historically, this line has had a lot of infiltration and inflow through manholes that are out in fields and things like that. And the department was looking to request an analysis, design, and construction of, was the plan to redo the entire 2 miles of line?
The plan is, the analysis is currently happening with a $200,000 past item last year. So we are currently starting to look at all of our sewer capacities in our different sub-sewer basins. So, each pump station's kind of considered a sub-basin because it's got to get back to gravity. So we're currently trying to figure out our capacities within our sub-basins to know where any development potential could happen. This is actually an identified project. If you all remember, 5 years ago, we had that massive sewer blowout on High Street that closed that short section of High Street for, I think, a month, maybe 2. This is basically what we did in that repair was basically put things back in kind. Well, we have some of our larger users looking to expand, and their sewer goes through that same corridor. Well, this is an identified sewer capacity issue, so this would be replacing pipe basically from Great Bridge, going up the hill to where the construction site is and starting to head back cross-country, because our cross-country goes all the way up to the end of town. And eventually, we'll be looking at more repairs to that line, but this is basically to get the downtown area upgraded to where our larger users can expand comfortably.
Without a sewer explosion.
By law, you're talking specifically about some of the folks in the Stratham Industrial Park that are tied into our system.
Yeah, in our hospital.
In the hospital, which is changing their approach.
That's not necessarily the case. We don't know where they will be going. But currently they come down this corridor and they are looking to expand. And yes, Stratham Industrial Park are another.
And the residential area there in that Stratham area, correct?
No.
No?
That potential is down off of Portsmouth Ave.
So we have a study or an analysis contract now.
Correct.
And, do you think we'd be in a position to build this next year? Or would it be 20?
This is a separate project. This is identified separately from that other. So, yeah, it would be designed next year, constructed in '24. And it has received a 25% principal forgiveness of $950,000. So almost $1 million out of the 3.8 is forgiven.
So, Mr. Chair, since deferred?
We were conflicted about this one because we thought that maybe it could be split up in phases until we knew a little bit more about what work actually needed to be done and what some of the potentially high users along the line, might actually be wanting to do, which is somewhat up in the air right now, so. You were going to say something, sir?
Yeah, I was going to, so for these users, is this fee recoverable at all? Is there any way to pass some of the costs on to, do they just have a right to put as much as they want into the sewer because as long as they pay the normal rate, or just...
I think that's a question for upper management.
Good answer. I like that, man.
Yeah, the sewer situation is that everybody's charged, right now, everybody's charged the same rate.
With no capacity limits?
The Stratham Industrial Park has capacity limits in the original agreement that goes back, I think, to 1984, right around that time. So there's a set aside for a certain amount of gallons that the town committed at that time to the park. So there's some negotiations amongst the users, but I think my understanding is they don't always agree over there, or they don't transfer their right to additional gallonage. So we just have Lent as the major player.
I think the committee looked at this in our off the grid discussions that similar to the Court Street, if there was a way to split this up so there was a lesser obligation next year, with the understanding that there was going to be some forward progress down the road, but with all the other things, to Liz's point earlier, we want to make sure the things that are really important get approved. This is important, but one of those non-sexy items. So we want to take care of it, but is there a way to parse out the design and then look at the construction next year when we have a better idea of what the construction might actually be?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for, it's just the design money for $380,000 next year.
Okay, because sometimes we go for the whole cannoli, so you're looking for just 380?
Yes.
Next year?
Forgiveness will happen irrespective of the amount that you
Would the
spend.
forgiveness be a percentage of that or a percentage of the construction cost? Do we know?
Well, it might go away. I don't know if they percentage it out or, split it up like that.
And you indicated that it was a 2 mile, or did you say that was the length?
Yeah, 12,000 and 12.5 thousand feet.
Our engineer had something
The
to add.
whole thing is 2 miles, but we'd be fixing about 2,000, 3,000.
So Russ, is it your understanding with principal forgiveness, SRF fund, that it would be applied to both design and construction or the whole project, or is there a precedent for that?
I think we'd have to ask the DES.
Yeah.
And with respect to...
Usually when you approve design, there's an implication that you're going to approve construction. It's more a question of budgeting, but again, I don't want to make the decision based on a grant. I want to make the decision on sound budgeting.
Matt, just as a point of information, how old is this line? Ballpark? Or to put it another way, didn't you describe that there was a tremendous amount of corrosion in this line?
Oh, yeah. When it collapsed, it was a 15-inch line when it originally went in, but there's so much corrosion, it actually grew to an 18-inch line.
Yeah.
So it grew 1.5 inches on each side. I could see rebar and all that due to the hydrogen sulfide gas. So some of that was slip lined and some of it was replaced with PVC, but it was replaced in kind with the size that was there.
Yeah.
So now if we're looking to expand the town or build any more that way.
Yeah. And so aside from the capacity, as I understand it, there's a capacity concern, this sounds like, but there's also a concern about condition, correct?
Sure. Yes. I mean, that's why after this project, we'd probably start asking for, more money to start going up the line further. And due to that condition, you might be able to do some more slip lining rather than full line replacement. You might be able to slip line it, which is a lot cheaper.
So slip lining can't be done like right off the bat?
I'm looking to build the size bigger, so I cannot slip line. I need to make the pipe bigger.
So, thank you. And then as far as that expanded, 18-inch, you called it a line, is there any maintenance that can be done to change that, to put it back to its normal thing?
No. You can't take a pipe that's already installed in the ground and put new concrete in it. There's no, you would have to basically, what we did to that was blow in a flat pipe that we blew up and expanded, and it became PVC pipe. So there's no way to put new concrete except you can slip line it and blow it up so that the pipe goes inside.
Oh, that's what you're referring to.
So we went from a 15 to an 18 down there, but they're actually looking to put like a 21 or a 24-inch pipe down in the middle of the
The bottom line is there's been some development in the east side of town that wasn't there when this line was put in. Not to mention the fact that it is running through the field and the woods, so infiltration from groundwater sources is a real concern.
Bob, we were able to get the answer to the question Paul weighed in with it, which is the 25% would require us to appropriate the full amount.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
So, I guess I would, like I said, the subcommittee sort of waffled on this. We're hoping to phase it. Matt has agreed that, let's just look at the design now and then we can see where that takes us. So I think, similar to Court Street, that's a reasonable attempt at phasing. So I think, I don't want to speak for Tom and Chris, but that would somewhat meet our criteria for lessening the blow right away while still making some forward progress on a solution.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Matt, help me out here. Being really bullish on infrastructure, I'd like to make a motion to recommend to the Select Board the appropriation of a sum of $380,000, Matt?
Yes.
To start that process.
And Chris Suter seconded. Any further discussion? Thank you, Matt, for walking us through that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Well, just a point of clarity, will the CIP information be changed to reflect that it's only the design and not the whole project that we're going to be voting on?
Well, realistically, in the CIP, it was only requested that 380 for the design be this year. But a lot of times when we have infrastructure projects, we approve the whole thing at once, even though we know the construction is going to be a year or more later. In this case, we're just approving 380 because there's so many questions associated with this line, not the least of which is how big does it have to be to accommodate future development? And we want to get those answers before we just start approving the rest of it.
Well, I apologize for not including that in my
that was sort of
motion. Maybe I should have included
that was implicit.
But I like the point that Mr. Kelly raised here about, is there a mitigation effect if the hospital stops like using this? Was that what I was hearing? You guys were discussing the potential impact of a hospital. Like, could you explain what this is? What we were saying here?
I think what Chris was really saying was there a limitation on these large users?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, can we charge them?
And from the Stratum Industrial Park, we've had a long-standing agreement that they could tie into the Exeter system, but there are limitations on flow. There are no limitations on the hospital.
Thanks.
Because that's on the system. They are then charged based on, I think they're tier 3, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they use a lot of water, so they, basically are charged an industrial rate.
When you had the big blowout, do you guys remember what the impact was to go fix it? Like, what was the cost? It couldn't have been $3 million, right?
It was on the order of
6 to 8.
I thought it was more like 300,000, maybe 350,000. It was a lot less than what we'd expected, but we were in the unique circumstances of having a large contractor who was already mobilized in town that we were able to work with very expeditiously. Very unique circumstances, not probably reflective of your typical unit costs.
Yeah. I'm going to ask a quick question too, because I'll forget next year. You had, because we talked about, the word expansion came up, expanding the size of the line, but under current use, you said it was had expanded on its own because of erosion.
Cool. Yeah, hydrogen sulfide gas will chew concrete, but you eat it away, and basically instead of being a 15-inch pipe, it broke away and has come down, and we could see rebar.
It's
so
good,
it grew on its own.
For capacity.
Now the wall.
For some reason, again, I'm getting really tired, but I was like, wow, was it already like being pushed out?
Corroded rebar's not good.
But it was corroded. Okay.
But now the pipe was, on the other side of the rebar, it was only this thin instead of being that thick.
Okay, thank you. So glancing around a little bit, page 31, groundwater source development. As you can see on this, the request was for almost $6 million last year. We approved $1 million, approved at last year's town meeting to pursue a preferred location, a new groundwater well for our groundwater treatment plant that was built in 2015. It was felt that this amount of money wasn't a good year to be looking at this amount of money. And as the subcommittee delved into it a little bit, we determined that there was also still a lot of questions as to whether what the time frame was, as well as other things. So if you look at the write-up, basically the work we're going to do, the work we've already done this year is a small fraction, like $170,000 of the million that we approved. So we still have over $800,000 left. To do in the next year, we need to negotiate with the landowner to see if we're able to develop a full-scale facility if it was approved. And then the second would be to spend upwards of $750,000 to do an actual pump test, sink a well, do a pump test, make sure it has the capacity for our long-term needs. And that would be the $1 million, and that would probably take us towards the end of 2023. But what we thought is that if, we're all sort of due for a little bit of good luck, and if by some chance, the negotiations with the landowner went well, the well development went okay, we would have some time between the end of next year and town meeting to actually start some preliminary design. Matt wants to rehab the Larry Lane well house, which was not done in 2015. That's a 20-some-odd-year-old or more facility. So there's a lot of preliminary engineering that could be done to continue the progress towards expanding our water source. So the subcommittee thought that a $500,000 one-year add-on to this would allow us the capabilities of doing those preliminary design efforts should we get lucky and everything falls into place for us. If we don't do it, then that means there's a possibility that we're sort of sitting around for 6 months doing nothing, even though we have the data and the information and the approvals to go forward. So that was the thinking of the grant. So we do not recommend $6 million. We recommend $500,000 to get things rolling, and then this would allow us to continue an analysis, and then next year's budget cycle we'll have a much better idea of what this whole program would cost us. So that's the plan. Similar to Court Street, similar to what we just did on the sewer capacity, approve a small amount, see where it gets us, and fine-tune our numbers instead of just guessing at them. Tom?
I'm curious what the town manager thinks about that approach, given the realities of the numbers and whatever the negotiations ahead on this thing.
Yeah,
opportunities, missed opportunities, that sort of stuff. I just want to hear that.
I think part of it is a timing issue, like Bob has, illuminated. Yeah. So I'm comfortable with the $500,000. I had originally deferred it at $6 million because I didn't think, from a process perspective, we were there to go that far into it. But I think in the conversations that have been had and so forth, I think the 500 gets us to that next step. So. And I think we will be back with a much better idea in the next cycle.
Andrew?
Yeah, it sounded like the subcommittee came up with the 500,000. Where did the 500? Is that a good number for that 3-month or 6-month period? Like, where
it was actually developed. Matt was nice enough to indirectly put me in contact with the engineer at Underwood who's working with us on this.
And that's the rough.
And since I have some experience in this sort of thing, he was nice enough to say, you work out the details. So I called him and talked to him at length, and he thought that, because as you can see in this write-up, Larry Lane, the estimated rehab is $450,000. At this point, that's a wild ass, that's a whack. Pardon my French. He thought that 100 to 200 to really detail what we needed to do there would be a great idea. And we could do that irrespective of what happens with the overall well program. So that's part of it. And then the other part of it is the preliminary design of a full-scale production facility on this new piece of land we've got our eye on. That may or may not happen, but if it is available to happen, it'd be nice to continue the momentum.
Yeah, I totally agree with
you. So it came up as a conversation between their engineer and myself.
Good. So that was the number, though, 500.
It might be 250. It could be $1 million. So we settled on something roughly in the middle.
Okay. Yeah, that's just 500,000 seemed like such a. When I see something like that on a warrant article, I'm like, oh, that seems like a nice round number, you know, like how much thought has gone into this? Would I vote on something that's a schwag, you know? And
Well,
and
it was a
I would do
but As it turns
497,000.
out, there was quite a bit of thought that went into it.
The well thought out, that could be
Well thought
there for
out.
sidewalks, for all we know.
So what's the acronym for that? Well thought out.
Yeah, I like that.
But that's the backstory.
So there is one, so thank you.
And I think, Matt, without putting words into yours and Jen's mouth, I think you agree with that general approach?
Yep.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to recommend 500,000. Is that appropriate?
I'll second it, but I'd like to just discuss for one moment after.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Tom?
Thank you. I mean, we all know this, but for the viewers at home, I can't think of a more important thing than reliable and fresh water. I mean, to me, it's like the absolute top priority in this town, even more so than a police station or a fire station. I mean, and we have ample examples of that very close to home, as well as across this country. This expense is not going away. It's only going to get more expensive, and it's just really painful to see it deferred. I understand that it has to be deferred. This is for the folks at home. This is not to convince anybody here on this committee. I cannot think of a more important thing than a reliable and safe water supply. I'm sure everybody agrees. So I just wanted to just say that really emphatically. So it's coming back.
Just for illumination, the reason why we're doing this is because the original 3 wells that we had as part of our groundwater plant over on Larry Lane had significant less capacity than we originally thought. They were all relatively old wells. We were not able to, well, we thought we had a handle on what the capacity was. It just didn't shake out to be as much as we had hoped. So that's why, but to your point, Ton, we are looking to diversify. In theory, we have 50-50, actually two-thirds surface water and groundwater with some backup. So that would be the ultimate goal. And this will get us that closer. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to recommend a warrant article of $500,000 for continued groundwater source development. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? It's a vote. Thank you.
Bob, can I raise a question?
Absolutely.
The Linden Street Bridge, I don't see it on the list.
Was it for this year? I thought it was down the road. Yeah, I thought it was next year.
Good point, but it's been recommended for 2023 because we have received or will receive this month, or next month, I am told, $301,000 in bridge aid.
No, it's going to be free.
Okay, page 17.
Yeah, sorry, $310,000 in bridge aid.
Half price.
Oh, no, it's 600.
So it's better than 25%, right?
Right. So the balance of that project is $295.
That's what I thought it was going to cover.
And that was proposed for a warrant article.
So the delta would be, it says 295, but that doesn't add up to what's in the, so what would be the actual number? Would it be 295? Because on page 17, it's 653 minus 310 would be 343.
I was using the 2023 number.
295.
Oh. Oh, got it. I see.
Is this ARPA funding, or is this what we're, half the funding is coming for what?
So this is from the state, again, additional funds that are coming to the town directly.
Right.
As part of the legislative process.
Yeah.
So we need to approve 295?
Well, So it says here, move to FY '23 by TM. Is that taking liberties, or did you actually move it to '23? Is that?
Oh, I moved it to 23.
Because I don't believe that you and I talked about that, or have we seen that? I don't believe that that's in any of our write-ups.
It's in the preliminary budget narrative.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve $295,000 for bridge rehab at Linden Street.
I will second that.
Discussion, please.
Discussion time.
Just for process purposes, we're looking at page 17. You're looking at the line for 2023, Russ. Do we have to go for the larger amount and then contingent on state funding, or are we good with the motion as it is right now?
You want to add anything?
I think it's, because the monies are already in hand, it's a little bit different. I don't know if this has a feeling of having any particular need to show the full cost or not. That would be the only question, but we would be talking about the levels of expenditure shown here for 2023.
So would the taxpayer care? I mean, at the end of the day, is showing the full, you're showing the full amount.
Well, presumably that will be sorted out by the select board and the town manager in terms of the actual wording of the warrant, correct? But
in this case, we already have one.
Right.
So before, when we're going for a grant, we do the whole, but we already have it, so the actual price will be.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable with it. I just wanted to double check before we made our vote.
Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thanks, Russ, for catching. And I look back, and you're right, it was in your budget there. Sort of snuck it in there as a one-liner. You think after 14 years, I know how to read a CIP and a budget. So to that end, do we need to discuss the Exeter Reservoir discharge capacity analysis? It was on DPW's list of add-on things to talk about.
I'm going to let Paul talk to that because he's been leading that effort.
I put that on the list because this committee's talking about capital improvement projects, so if you hear about this one coming along, you'll at least hear it at this meeting. We got another high hazard dam. It's the Pickpocket Dam. That is being taken care of with analysis. The next dam that we have an issue with that's high hazard is the Exeter Reservoir Dam. We know we've got some discharge capacities that we'll eventually need to solve. Now, this was going to be tabled for a little later time after we get out of Pickpocket, but monies became available through New Hampshire DES folks to look at high hazard dams for solving whatever needs to be solved. So we applied for the grant, and we could be awarded 100% study on how to improve the discharge capacity of the Exeter Reservoir for $172,000. So it's just more of mentioning it to you folks in case you come across it later.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So this doesn't require any action from us?
No.
Wonderful.
Okay.
One other project I'd like to mention just for completeness though is with the Washington Street project, which would have been the project after Water Street. And there's a sewer problem there, but also we've heard tonight too that some of the residents are concerned about traffic and speed and that kind of stuff. So that particular project was all going to be lumped together for total street reconstruction after the sewer replaced, and it did rank highly on the SRF for 25% principal forgiveness for the entire project. And then it wasn't slated until FY 27-28, just because of the SRF implications. I thought I'd mention it here to you now.
Any inclination to discuss? Not seeing anyone jumping on the table, so
Maybe next year.
we'll talk about next year. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
Okay, on to vehicles. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with. We had a lot on our plate, and trying to organize some of these large projects is not an easy task. And I really want to thank everyone not involved in the various subcommittees, but beyond the subcommittees for weighing in with very valuable input. It was somewhat of a first. Usually the subcommittee drives these conversations, so everyone very, very thankful for the discussions.
I'd like to make a motion to approve page 33, which is intentionally left blank.
Let's wait. Ton, do the viewers at home need to hear anything about it? Would you like to state the obvious, Ton?
That's your moment.
Oh, she got you.
Man, oh, man.
So what was her husband telling her a little while ago?
Yeah.
Never know when to shut up.
Exact terminology, but her husband said something about
Ugly women.
Well, my husband would be under the table right now. Are you kidding me?
So, page 42, fire inspector vehicle replacement, not fire inspector replacement, as I wrote. I know that's not you, Justin.
I'm sure the deputy would. Yeah, I'm sure the deputy would appreciate that.
Sorry.
That clarification.
Vehicle replacement. So Judy, do you want to lead us through this discussion?
Yes, the subcommittee did not recommend this in that the vehicle has fewer than 60,000 miles on it. It's a 12-year-old vehicle, and it uses fewer than 5,000 miles a year. And I asked Jeff Backup about the condition. A 12-year-old vehicle, concerned about that. And he did write back, there are some things we'll need to do to the vehicle in order to push it out another year, but there are no major driver safety or out-of-service problems at this time. So we stand by our recommendation that of no support for this vehicle at this time.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to just get some clarification on, you sent out a letter because we were concerned perhaps there was maintenance issues that could turn into emergencies. Could you elaborate, please, on the thorough work you did there? Could you just repeat what you would request? You send a letter to somebody to get information. Could you repeat that a little bit?
Yes, I phoned and emailed the maintenance department at DPW, and their response back was that there are some things they need to do to extend the life of the vehicle for a year, but at this point, there are no major driver safety or out-of-service problems.
Okay, and the cost of maintaining, were you able to get an estimate of what those costs are over the next year to maintain them, even though there are no major safety issues?
No, it did not sound like they were going to be major.
Yeah.
In not being major, it's tires, some minor body work that'll be done in-house. He's the lead mechanic. Things of that nature.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
No major cost is, $1,000 or less.
But just our maintenance.
And that's what's expected currently.
Thank you.
So
Gosh,
basic
I didn't know you were going to be here.
It's pretty much, basic maintenance, the same thing you're all doing to your own cars over the next year at this point in time. But the car does have its limitations, and it is old. And it has some minor rust issues here and there. We can address those and push it out another year. Pushing it out 2 years will be a stretch.
Sure.
Can I just, and I think that as the police department's found out, and we have found out with a truck that was purchased last year, it's taken us like a year or more to even get these vehicles. This vehicle is what I mentioned at the subcommittee meeting we had here, that we've had, though it runs, there's a big difference between a support vehicle and an emergency response vehicle. This is an emergency response vehicle. This is not a support vehicle that, that can go another year or two. I mean, we're trying to find, we have a leaking roof that has been temporarily patched with water issues. We had mold remediation done in the vehicle. Deputy Fritz is also our lead investigator, so he's not only carrying around equipment that requires arson investigations, he's also carrying around his day-to-day equipment for running major incidents. So I respect the committee's work. I absolutely do, the subcommittee. I am certainly going to try to get this vehicle put back in tonight. I think this is an important part of our fleet. And we are replacing it with a hybrid. We're trying to be sensitive to the needs of the town and not going back to a full fuel unleaded vehicle. This is going to be a Ford Explorer hybrid. And as a response vehicle, I do want to clarify that the police interceptors it's not your standard Ford Explorer. This is a vehicle with oversized brake routers. This has got ruggedized suspension. It's not a traditional car you buy off a lot. So we're trying to move that vehicle. One of the last standing Jeeps that of that class we have in town, we only have a couple left. So I'd really like to get this. The town manager deferred our pickup truck. Fully respect that decision. That is a support vehicle. I'm okay with going another year or two with that truck. We'll make it work. We have a great maintenance department that keeps it on the road for towing trailers and all the other stuff that plows in the wintertime. We follows the ambulance around. So I do feel this vehicle is very important to our fleet, and I do hope for some reconsideration here tonight.
Mr. Chair. Justin, the description is inspector vehicle.
So
you're characterizing something that's a little different than what is the description here.
That's a fair statement. So this was bought as an inspector's vehicle because that was the position that was bought into. A couple years ago, we realigned the fire department to match the realignment of the police department. So that is a deputy chief's vehicle. He is our fire prevention officer, so in fairness, you can call it an inspector's vehicle if you like. But as a deputy fire chief, he's also a person that responds to calls. So it's not just, he is a fully functioning firefighter that we work with in the office. So.
I have a question, because that note on here that the vehicle doesn't accommodate the equipment and gear. So I had a note on here to myself to ask that. And I also noted, I think in our meeting where we discussed the department, it was noted that this vehicle doesn't see a lot of miles a year. And I was just curious how those, is the chief opting not to use this vehicle because certain equipment can't go in it anyway? Or?
No, so in fairness, I can't tell you the last couple of years of mileage on the vehicle. This position only became filled in January of 2021. Okay. So historically, leading up to that point, our fire prevention officer, Paul Morin, had driven it. Initially, he was the original driver of the vehicle, and then that went to the other inspector was Jason Green, and now Deputy Fritz when we realigned. So the purpose of that vehicle has changed. It's with additional needs. So it went from an inspector's vehicle that was out doing our day-to-day inspections to all of our commercial buildings and other buildings in town to a vehicle that is not just used for day-to-day inspections, it's also used for investigative purposes. And I know it's hard to, anybody's always welcome to come down for a field trip and check things out, but without actually seeing what a command vehicle is built to look like, it's hard to put into words the reality of trying to run things. When we run, even it could be an accident on 101, doesn't be a glorified downtown fire. When we're trying to communicate with our dispatch center and people on scene, we utilize different radios for that. We can't use the same radio and talk to two different people at once. And what we usually do is we assign an individual to be a partner to the deputy chief, so they run two radios at once. Right now, there's the expense that we're looking at right now, never mind the fact that the car is in rough shape, we have a radio in the car that's approaching 20 years old we have to replace, and that's in the tune of $6,000. So it's these are all things that, and that dollar figure is already incorporated into the Ford Explorer that we have spec'd on the CIP sheet.
Did the subcommittee recommend deferring the other truck? I'm just curious. It sounds like.
That was on.
That was the town manager deferred the pickup truck.
I see that, but I can't remember if you were, I know I'm jumping ahead, but I hear you say that you would advocate for deferring the next item, which is on page 44, and keeping this in the CIP.
Yeah, it's the town manager had deferred the F-350 pickup truck. That is not a first-line response vehicle. That is a support vehicle. It is 15 years old. I'm not going to minimize the fact that a 15-year-old vehicle is a 15-year-old vehicle. But for the purpose of that vehicle right now, we were comfortable. We felt the priority is the replacement of the inspector vehicle. And that's, I'm respecting the town manager's decision to defer that pickup truck. I'm not here to fight for that.
Yeah, that sounds like an interesting, not a trade-off, but an interesting leverage there. I want to know if we know for sure we couldn't get a truck for 2 years, even if we put it on the budget now. Like, is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I'm not going to say 2 years, and I can't say the supply chain issues won't resolve themselves, but I know that the vehicle that was approved last year, we were actually just notified last week that it was going into production. So we don't have it yet. We don't have a delivery date, but I can tell you that Ford has sent us a notification to say that it has entered the assembly line.
Oh yeah, supply chain issues aren't supposed to go away overnight, but interesting.
Thank you. Now I'm curious, thank you for bringing up the other truck. Now I'm curious to hear from our mechanic expert about the truck, which, so now there's sort of a trade going on here. We're starting our discussion with a vehicle that our mechanic says has a little bit of life left in it, but then I'm looking at the truck, so now I'm curious about the truck.
What would you like to know about the truck?
How bad is that? I mean, are we going to be throwing good money after bad on the truck? Or is that whatever the saying would be?
Yeah, well, the truck is, like Justin says, that truck is, it's their plow truck, and it is their support vehicle. It does tow trailer occasionally, and it is just that. It is like their work truck or their farm truck, if it makes more sense to you guys. It is their work pickup truck that's driven daily to run errands and pick things up, packages, and all of their gear and stuff gets moved around in it. If it isn't being moved around, the back of your truck's all set up as a command vehicle. So, and if you wanted to see a command vehicle, I saw it parked out front when I came in. Field trip.
So
But as far as that goes, that truck is really the same way that Justin described it. It could be pushed out another year. We just spent a pile of money on that truck. I don't have the exact dollar figure, but that truck we just spent a lot of money on. We had the bed off of the truck. We fixed a bunch of rust. We put all new cross members in it. We undercoated it underneath and inside the bed with new bed liner. And we did all of that in-house at a substantial cost savings to the town over having it go to a body shop or something. So
I'm just looking at the bold line on that description, which says something about needs immediate consideration. So that's why I picked up on it. So.
Yeah, and that needing immediate consideration was probably from a prior year before we just did that work this past year. So that we couldn't let it go for state inspection.
Okay.
The Jeep that we're talking about now is as described to you and as described by Justin. I don't work with Justin every day other than fixing his stuff and taking care of it.
Stuff they bring.
When they have a problem with anything is the time that I hear from them. So I'm not, I don't know what their plans are situationally with staff and whatnot and exactly what they're doing. All I know is the condition of their house and their vehicles.
Mr. Chair?
And their house is extremely overcrowded and overburdened, and their vehicles are the same as everything in town, and the same as Public Works. We have the same issues with a lot of our vehicles. And ours, as theirs don't move if ours don't move. And every time our stuff leaves the building, especially in these next few months, it goes out to a hot lunch every time it leaves the building. And when it's being run hard. They're being run hard and they're being put up wet, as the old farmers used to say. So, and their rigs are the same way. That emergency rig, it's not out plowing snow, but if they need to get somewhere, they don't go there without Public Works plowing the road for them or salting and sanding when the roads are icing up and stuff. So it's we're all first responders here. So I'm in support of whatever Justin and Eric and the guys down there need, or whatever they want to do, or whatever Stefan needs. We'll take care of it for them. But at the same time, if it's a lean year and we need to push something out of those two vehicles that they have that are in question right now, the Jeep is the one I would tell you will cost less to maintain in the coming 12 to 16 months versus that truck. And the initial cost of purchasing either one of those vehicles for replacement is the Jeep is less. A major system in that Jeep, transmission or motor, it's a couple $1,000s, maybe less. Depends on how we go about repairing it. We're not above going to used market for something we know is going to move. So we'll take care of it accordingly, and it'll be safe for people to drive. Because if it's not safe, it gets parked.
Chris?
Yes. With great respect to the subcommittee's work and diligence on that, I am also, my concern with this is just the supply chain timeline, and if it gets pushed out another year, that means it could well be yet another year to get it. And I'm obviously that's a hedge, it's a bet, but the rest of the supply chain world seems to indicate that it takes a while to get this kind of stuff. So I'd be curious if there's any appetite on this group to reconsider that, given the timeline to get it, and it is a first responding vehicle.
Can I add it? This is coming from the unrestricted fund balance, so this is a no tax impact. So just want to make sure everybody is aware of that.
Is there a disposal plan for the vehicle, not the Jeep, we'll call it the truck, I guess, if that's okay? And if, you're going to recoup some money for it, if you're better off recouping it now because in a year the value will drop somewhat, could someone talk a little bit to what your plan is to do with the truck? Should you get a new one?
Yeah, well, historically, we've tried to trade the truck in, like we would trade it in. But we've also, our last utility truck, we sold through it was a closed bid auction.
Justin, I hadn't understood this was from the unrestricted fund balance.
That is correct. It is from the unrestricted fund balance.
Okay, are there other calls on that same fund for other vehicles that you have?
So the fund balance anticipates, or use of fund balance would be for two of the vehicle replacements. One is the fire inspector, the other is the DPW vehicle number 5.
DPW.
Okay.
Which is number 16 on our list. 16 page.
That being the case, I think we would withdraw our lack of support and.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could, also another thing to consider, it's better to replace one each year than 2 next year as well.
Yeah, and I'll be back next year to ask for a different vehicle to be replaced. So I'll just put it out there right now.
Yeah.
It's another Ford Explorer, but we don't have any large ticket fire apparatus type expenses for a few years. But I will be back next year. And you're 100% correct. I'm glad you mentioned that, because that compression is where we are today, which is why the utility pickup truck has been replaced. We keep pushing it off, and so we're just having to make those tough decisions every year. What is our priority, one over the other? So thank you for bringing that up. That's a valid point.
But just to be clear, just because it's on a fund balance list, that's not free money.
Exactly.
It's money that we've all written checks for in the past, that for one reason or another, either we haven't filled labor positions, or something wasn't purchased for some reason,
and it's not being
returned into the general fund. So that's money that we have paid, and we need to still look at this as a budget analysis and decide what our priorities are, and what where our tax dollars
So
and
there
rate dollars
are
should go.
other calls for these funds, then? It's not that they're reserved for
We
these
have,
vehicles?
there's a list, I think it's like a little bit less than $400,000 as a preliminary list that Russ has indicated that would come out of, I think that's the right number, right? 377?
377.
Would come out of fund balance to pay for some of these. We've heard about many of them tonight. This would be one of them. But again, it's money that we've already paid in. It's not money that's just sort of trickled down from this fast list.
I'm sure I should know this. It's probably written somewhere in here. How is it decided which projects come out of the general fund balance and which are not? I don't know that answer, and I think it would help, to Ton's point, people at home to understand why. Or people here. Why are some projects from the general fund balance and some, how does that decision get made for each one?
I'll second that.
So from a financial strategy, we basically have structured it in the last couple of years, because of our fund balance position has been fairly healthy, to structure about $400,000, $400,000 to $500,000 in appropriations from the fund balance. And so when we go through the preliminary budget process, it's just a matter of looking at what the requests are that have come in, and then itemizing. So historically, as a matter of course, over the last couple of years, we've had the Conservation Fund appropriation and the Parks Improvement Fund come from fund balance. So those have sort of been baked into the cake, so to speak, as part of that $400,000 to $500,000. And again, it's all an effort to keep at the end of the day, it's an effort to keep the tax rate stable. So that's what we're trying to do over time. And I don't know if that answers your question, but it's based upon the requests that come in.
I think what I would be interested in, not for tonight, but for maybe next year, of revisiting which projects, if we're the Budget Recommendations Committee, to think about how, if it's always around $400,000, how those projects are decided upon, if that could be folded into potentially part of this committee's responsibility.
Just look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, and I think about that, again, I'm going to bring it back, the Public Works garage analysis, that's a $50,000 project that is not coming out of the general fund, but other things are, and it's sort of confusing how those things are prioritized for me. So that's sort of like a bookmark for next year, maybe. And I'll just leave it at that.
Just, to be fair to the town manager, I think in the past, this has been a management activity, not a budget analysis activity. We approve the items, and then the town manager, the operative word there being manager, assesses the fund balance and all that, and then figures out how much could be allocated from the general fund, and then he runs it by the select board, and they concur or they modify it. So in the past, this has been considered a management issue, not a budget analysis.
And I can appreciate that. It's, for me, when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing multiple items that are $50,000 and different, and how that decision-making is. I'm just curious about how that goes about. So wanted to flag it. Thank you for explaining how that happens. It's very helpful, because I had no idea. So
You're
thanks,
welcome.
Russ.
Okay, from the subcommittee's point of view, it was our understanding this is a lean budget year. So we were looking at a vehicle that had low mileage, low relative usage, and that can be repaired safe, and the safety maintained for usage for the coming year. So it looked like a good vehicle to defer.
And did anything you hear tonight, did anything we talked about tonight change that view or no?
If the funding is from fund balance and there aren't other calls on those particular funds, I mean, this is the plan.
Well, I think there's always calls on it. I wouldn't say that, Judy. There's always calls on the fund balance, and we could fund a myriad of different things out of the fund balance. You should look at this, as a standalone item. Do you support it and make a motion accordingly or not? But don't let the payment aspect of it cloud your analysis.
Okay, if that's the case, then, our analysis was that it was an item that could be postponed, deferred for a year.
Would that be a motion? Would you move that?
That's the subcommittee's
right, but the other half of the subcommittee isn't here, so I'm just looking for a motion one way or the other to recommend this or not.
I move that this vehicle be deferred for 1 year.
Do I hear a second? I'll second it. Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can we consider the pickup? I mean, I just don't want to have to, all of these vehicles are going to have to get approved next year then.
Right, that's where I'm going to go with that, because if this doesn't go, then we've already heard our DPW maintenance lead say that truck was in rough shape, then I think that would be prudent to consider the pickup truck if you want to defer the Ford Explorer. I think that would be a fair compromise.
I didn't hear rough shape. Did you say rough shape? I didn't hear that.
Oh, it's in good shape now, but it was in rough shape before, and it is a diesel. It is a Ford diesel.
You're talking about the truck, pickup truck.
The pickup truck now, yes. And if that goes, if the motor or transmission goes in that, there is a significant cost to that. It's not the same as, the Jeep, which is basically a passenger vehicle. That truck's a heavy-duty truck, and there's a lot of cost involved in that. The motor itself is probably $10K, and that's if we do the work in-house.
So am I understanding that you're recommending we keep the truck, and you're recommending, or replace the truck, and you're recommending that we replace the Jeep?
That's what I'm hearing.
No, what I'm saying is that if the choice of the committee, which I fully respect, no matter what happens tonight, if the choice of the committee is to defer the replacement of the inspector's vehicle, I would really not like to have to come back next year and ask for the replacement of 3 vehicles. We're trying to follow a capital improvement plan where we march out our items so that we're not doing exactly that compression. It just makes things worse. And for me to come up here and with a straight face and ask for 3 replacement vehicles in a single calendar year seems like a big ask.
I hear you, and I respect the subcommittee's position, but I also am still hung up on this being a first responders vehicle and that it's not being adequate for the fire inspector's equipment. So I'm stuck at that, because that's another consideration in addition to the physical condition of the truck.
Chris?
Russ, was the Jeep replacement originally in your unrestricted fund balance total of something 377? Was that on your list?
The fire inspector vehicle?
Yes.
It was.
Okay.
Yes.
Was or was not?
It was. It was. The utility one was deferred.
Got it.
I think from a practical perspective, I look at a vehicle that's a response vehicle with high-tech things in it. XYZ can happen to a car that's getting older. Is there a risk you're going to damage some equipment in this response vehicle? Like, I mean, I'm imagining $100,000 at least in total value of this vehicle, like irrespective of the vehicle because of the equipment. I may be off, but I mean, it's like a high-tech. It's a high-tech vehicle. Correct?
The equipment in the vehicle and what they will replace it with is very high-tech. What's in it now is probably substandard to your operation. So, and what they want to do is upgrade that equipment along with upgrading the vehicle more vocationally specific to their operation.
I think I mischaracterized your differences, because you suggest replacing the truck, right?
Well, if you have to
replace one.
You have to repair.
But
What Justin is getting at.
he's already
and what
deferred
Chris
to
has
the town
mentioned
manager's
makes perfect sense,
recommendation.
because we do the same thing. You know, we have a bunch of vehicles that we would like to replace, and we have the larger fleet in town. Their two fleets with fire and police is a little more than half of Public Works fleet. So in saying that, having to replace a multitude of vehicles versus replacing one a year every year. If you knew you were going to replace that vehicle every year, and police does it that way too. They have to, because they put the miles on the vehicles, and they're in the same situation as fire, where they have to upgrade.
I guess I'm just realizing that Justin's sitting down here already accepting that the town manager is recommending deferring this second truck, and therefore you're already at the table only discussing this one remaining truck.
Exactly.
But my head is still looking at two trucks.
So, yeah, I want to add that the subcommittee.
Well, I would like to withdraw my motion then. If the town manager, in his fiscal plan that he has developed, thinks that this is the vehicle that should be replaced, and there's a plan for one a year as opposed to 2 or 3 at a time, it would make sense to replace this inspector vehicle. If it's a standalone item, I would say it can be postponed, but in the larger context, it makes practical sense to replace it this year.
Tom? But if we listen to our mechanic and we do that, and that truck breaks, and then we're throwing a shitload of money away.
Well, at the same time.
We're keeping a mechanic in work, though.
Well, we're keeping a mechanic
But the flip side of that is, if that truck needs to sit because the motor's gone in it, and it's close enough to us getting rid of it, the only loss there is a couple $1,000s of trade value at best, right? So, and that truck will still sell. It still has value because of the other work that was done. If we lose a major system, so you're not losing that much. You know what I mean? Where the crying need is probably in the replacement of the Jeep versus the replacement of the truck right now. And if I were you.
Russ, does that mean that Doug Eastman's going to get a fresh Jeep out of the deal?
Fresh.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Because if you don't, that's how I got.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Does it get reused?
Yeah, that's actually a fair question.
It is a fair question, and we'll evaluate that in the context of if we have a spot for it in the fleet.
It would maybe be repurposed?
And it could be repurposed, right? Yeah, we would have to check the mileage. I'm not sure what the mileage is on Doug's vehicle.
Because the way the
Jeff,
mechanic characterized it is if it was a non-critical vehicle, right? Sorry, I don't know your first name.
Well, and like I said, Justin just explained their need for the vehicle. They've realigned their staff, and they suit different purposes with staff now. And the reason that it has less miles on it, if you average out the miles, less than 5,000 a year, because it did sit, it was sitting, and after a realignment of staff, that it's not gonna sit anymore, and they're gonna do different things with that vehicle. And it is going to be more of a frontline vehicle and will be driven and used more for different purposes than it has been in the past.
Chris?
I'd like to make a motion that we recommend the replacement of the Jeep with the purchase of the Ford Explorer hybrid at $49,313.
Second. Thank you for your expertise.
Yeah, I'm glad you were here tonight. Help me out.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Good luck getting your car.
Yeah, it's 10:30, and I know my stomach, I can hear my own stomach, so I thank everybody for their time, because I know that everybody's doing this on a volunteer basis, so thank you.
Stop it, you got your vehicle.
Don't go yet.
Oh, okay. So we got the fire utility, number one
He's already
replacement.
washed his hands of
The
the
town manager deferred this. Is there any inclination to change the town manager's deferment? No discussion? Okay, we'll remain on the deferred list. All right, now you can go. Thank you for your input, Josh.
Thanks, Jeff, I appreciate it.
Just the cookies are right here.
Yeah.
I brought cookies. I didn't get to
Okay, page 48, the sidewalk
Get the late, I
tractor
start passing.
by Public Works, known as Tractor 57.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a $177,705 5-year lease purchase program, of which approximately $37,000 would be the first year's payment. Jen?
Well, as you can hear, Jeff is really our expert, but the really basics on this is a very essential piece of our winter operations. It's a snow removal sidewalk tractor. It's over 30 years old, extremely tired. It's almost at the point where we're cannibalizing it.
Not that one, the other one.
It's very, well, it's.
I have a cannibalized
Yeah,
one.
he does have a cannibalized one, but it is time for replacement. We really only have one other sidewalk tractor that is in service, heavily in service, so we need the second one.
I have to say, whoever drives this thing is a genius, because my sidewalk in front of my shop is crazy to navigate. Just gotta say that.
We do have some pretty good operators out there.
Is the replacement diesel as well, or are they moving away from diesel?
No, it's diesel.
Is it?
It's the only way you can get the power to weight ratio in this particular vehicle. It's not the same thing as anything else. You can't hybrid anything like this.
Yeah, and I think on the subcommittee, we even talked about doing like four-wheelers, electric four-wheelers. I think I got laughed off the table.
You need to come down and spend about 12 hours a shift through the winter and see how that works out.
If I can, Mr. Chair, this plows my sidewalk, and it gets with all the road, it's not just plowing the snow, it's plowing all of the, the snow, the road debris.
Everything
too,
the
so
trucks put off of the road goes on the sidewalks.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
like-
it comes off the sidewalks and gets pushed back into the road when we do snow removal. It has to make the windrow, or what's commonly referred to as the snow banking. It has to push all of the snow that 22 feet of moldboard on a truck just put on the sidewalk, off the sidewalk, which is counterproductive in a way, but it's the way that it has to be done.
So, were you doing remarkable maintenance activities on the 30-year-old thing?
Oh, yeah. I have a spare one that I've been robbing parts off of for about 12, 15 years now.
May I make a motion that we recommend this?
Yes.
Second.
Second.
Yes. Further discussion? No. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next item, page 50. Truck number 5. This is a Public Works General. I think you were taking a 2-wheel drive half-ton and making it a more heavy-duty vehicle?
Yes, we do want to put a plow package on this. This would be a 4x4. This one is also just over 10 years old, and it's used every day. It's an important part of our highway operations, and we are looking at $53,000 for this replacement.
Jen, does that include the plow package?
Yes.
Question, Jen said, is this part of like a planned, like we talked about, every year the truck comes in?
Exactly.
Yes, yep, very similar to what Ethan was describing. We have vehicle replacement program, and you can find it in the back of the CIP book. That kind of lays out for the next 6 years what our replacement schedule is at this point. We do defer when we can, but similar to fire, we have a lot of large, heavy pieces that when they come up for replacement, it's very expensive. So we do try to get as close to a level funding replacement request as possible.
I take it you might have similar lead time issues, supply time issues with trucks such as this, considering how popular Ford F-150s are?
Well, the F-150 is a little bit easier to order and to get. The Super Duties are in demand because they're really everybody in the commercial industry's go-to truck. So the backlog for them from Ford is much longer. I just ordered a truck from this year's budget for Matt's guys, a similar F-150 to what we want to replace this with. And I already have a VIN number, which means it's in the queue with Ford to hit the production line. It hasn't hit that yet, but I was told that I would probably see that truck sometime just after the first of the year, if not by the end of this year. And I just ordered that at the end of August, the middle of September, when the window opened up for it. So we've had a lot of issues with ordering vehicles and buying them, supply chain issues at the manufacturers. And for us, we're lucky that McFarland is the state bid provider. And when they haven't been the state bid provider, either McFarland or Foss Motors right here in town has been able to provide vehicles to the town and match the state bid pricing. Which we would rather keep our business in town because we have good relationships with them for parts and service and warranty and all of those things.
Not to minimize the amount, but I'm struck by the cost of some of these really tricked out trucks that drive around town.
Oh, yeah.
So, again, not to minimize the cost of 53.5, but...
That's actually really cheap.
That's really good price. That's what I'm getting at.
Amazing.
That's a pretty good price compared to the tricked out trucks that are driving around there.
They're utility vehicles.
They're not tricked out.
No, I understand that.
No, I know what you're getting at.
Yeah.
You look in the...
It's high performance.
We don't have to deal with the market adjustment that dealers are putting on vehicles, to the general public.
That's a good point.
Right.
They put the market adjustment on there, and Ford is no longer offering a municipal discount or a state or federal discount anymore because of the supply chain issues and the high demand. They're no longer offering that. A truck that I paid $42,000 for last year, this year is $62,000. It's considerably more money.
Yeah.
Well, I would motion on it.
Just one final thing. The subcommittee thought that even though the note says the repairs have been routine maintenance, there's almost 100,000, or there are over 100,000 miles on this 10-year-old truck, and that's a lot of miles in town. So it's only a matter of time, and the needs of the town as far as maintaining roads and access to areas has only gotten more intense in the last 10 years. So we recommended this. So I will entertain your motion, Chris.
Yeah, I'll motion to recommend this as listed.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Page 52. Truck 33, plow truck 33 has been deferred by the town manager. Do you have any comment one way or the other? Or?
No, we understand the challenges of trying to keep a lean budget, and we had, frank discussions internal to the department of if we had to let one be deferred, this would be the one. So,
Excellent. Okay.
There you have it. Okay. Next would be on page 54. Sedan number 24. This is a relatively old-style Crown Vic, a retired police vehicle.
Is this the last Crown Vic owned by the town of Exeter?
No, there's one more.
Oh, there's one more.
There's a movie props guy out there somewhere looking for this car, I'm sure. Yeah.
The movie props guys don't have them. They're being sold overseas when we get rid of them.
Okay.
It's going to go to Japan and become electric.
So this again was, considered a relatively easy vehicle, just part of the vehicle replacement program. It is 15 years old. Time to modernize somewhat, so we recommended replacement of this.
I'm not seeing what we're replacing it with.
This would be a small van. This is actually used by our custodial staff.
Okay.
And we want something that's more purpose-built. Using a sedan for that is just not appropriate. We've had one vacancy, so he's been able to use another van, but it's time for a dedicated van for the position.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion thereof to replace sedan 24 with a custodial van.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next item, which I missed, is on page 56. It's the other Crown Vic. Even older.
Oh, pretty.
This is
Last year.
No, that's been, don't even discuss it. That's the one that I just ordered a truck for. That was from this year, not the coming year.
Oh.
That was from '22.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I do remember that.
No, that was truck number 3 it's getting traded against.
That's correct, but they're looking at truck 13, and that is the next year.
That is next year.
Next year.
Yeah, it's 24. Fiscal year 24. So we can skip it. That's okay. Very close to it.
I think we need a vision board with all these trucks and cars on them.
Last one, I think.
Crown Vic did not pay funds.
I have one more item, Mr. Chair, after that.
Okay.
Great.
What, you want a car? Just kidding.
Aaron's Jeep for it.
There's a Jeep being handed out.
How about a nice Crown Vic?
For his half-mile commute to work. The Vector truck, it's used by the sewer department to clean out lines and catch basins and other things. Truck number 67, shown on page 58. It's just at the end of its useful life. It's considered an 8 to 10 year vehicle. It's just coming up on 8 years. Relatively low hours, used quite extensively, but it's in, as these things go, fairly good shape. The subcommittee thought that we could get another year out of it, even though it's a 12 to 18 month order process. It looks like the things that would need to be maintained can be done in-house. That was our recommendation, and certainly willing to hear from our maintenance supervisor and discussion.
The thing about this truck is that we've learned over the years of having a vac truck to maintain all the horror stories you heard about pipes in the ground. They're all over town. They're everywhere in town except for in the outlying, more suburban areas. I don't know how many miles of sewer line do you have?
We have about 60 miles, and we have high maintenance areas that are done weekly, just to make sure that they don't block over the weekend. So this truck will go out and jet and vacuum out certain areas that are known to have low sloping sewers, so they always back up eventually. So this truck is invaluable to us because it keeps us from having call-outs a lot, and then it's a great first responder vehicle, and it also helps excavate around utilities in the trench that are really close and tight together.
So it has what's called a hydro excavation package on it, It's just it's a multi-use truck, it's multi-vocational, and it's multi-use. And we found this over the years about all of these different things that these vehicles can be used for. And it's invaluable. It makes like even a water break dig in the middle of the night, it could make it a 2-foot square hole, 3 feet in the ground, instead of taking up 2 lanes of roadway and having to dig with a backhoe and a truck and a trailer and having everything in the road blocking off a whole lane. Because of the way the truck is built and because of the way that we order it. So with those packages and with all of those things in mind, all of the stories that you heard earlier about pipes all over town and decaying infrastructure and substructures, this is the wrench that fixes all of those things. And my thought was, and a lot of what we've had discussions about over the past several years, with the high cost of this vehicle, and we can't live and do what we do for the townspeople without this vehicle. This particular truck is in relatively good condition across the board. We've done a lot of maintenance on this truck through its life, and tried really hard not to let it go. I yell at people all the time for not taking care of it. Just for that reason, we keep a very close eye on the truck, and it's very well maintained. To that end, I've been doing this for the whole time we've had this one, because I would like to keep this truck and keep it in our fleet as a backup to a new truck, because we have a need for that. What does it cost us, Matt, for a truck if we have to call one in?
It's anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 to get another town to assist us.
And that's for one operation. And we have probably at least a half a dozen operations a week, right?
Yeah.
Just doing, and that's a slow week that this truck rolls. This truck rolls 6 times a week. That's $6,000 a week times 52 weeks in a year. So the trade-in value on this truck, they quoted me over the phone. They wouldn't give it to me on, in an email or on paper, but they said the trade value right now, because they don't know what the condition will be when they get it and when we get the new truck in, they say the trade value is about 1/10 of what its new purchase price is. At $50,000, we should keep it in the fleet, because there's a crying need for it in both departments, in highway and in water and sewer.
Can I ask?
Well, we do municipal response. Dover comes and covers us sometimes. I think it's Dover and Portsmouth. So we do the same thing for them. We share equipment with the other communities, and that, we get a charge for that, but it's not the same charge as if we call in another contractor to come and do it. And the contractor is much farther away than another community is. Calling in a crew from Dover, we basically pay their guys for the time that they're here. We're not paying to rent the vehicle. And we provide the same service for them. If they need help, we send our operators with our trucks and help them. So in that whole thing, Dover has 3 trucks now, and Portsmouth has 2. We have about the same amount of pipe in the ground as Portsmouth does. So considering all of that, I don't want to, they process more because they take it in from other places too. But at the same time, I don't want to give up the opportunity to have 2 of these trucks in our fleet right now because of the use of the truck. And I understand it's a big stretch, it's a big push, it's a $500,000 unit, but it's going to be a year and a half before we see it. And that's if we know we're going to order it and you guys recommend that we buy a new truck, then we'll probably be able to get the manufacturer to stick their neck out and order it now on spec, because they know they'll be able to sell it.
We can't order it till we have an appropriation.
No, we wouldn't actually order it until that time, but if they know that they have, a pretty guaranteed sale, then they might build it or at least get it in the queue for us with no commitment from us.
So I just have one question. So it's coming out of the sewer fund?
It's actually water and sewer.
So it's water and sewer?
Mostly sewer.
So, but it'd be the ratepayers for water and sewer that fund this? So.
Correct.
But you're saying it has many uses, including highway and other towns. I feel like as a ratepayer for water and sewer, it seems like it might be in the wrong bucket. I'm not saying we don't need the truck, but I'm just saying that maybe this should be a DPW general truck and the town pays for it, not just the ratepayers of water and sewer. That's my only comment about this, because it seems like a pretty high utility truck and it's being used in other towns. Why aren't other towns paying for it?
It's more help to carry the cost a little bit, but 2/3 of the taxpayers
are water
ratepayers.
Yeah, there's a third that are.
2/3.
That's a third.
Yeah, get you coming and going.
I just know my water and sewer bills have gone up a lot since I've been here.
Well, that was due to the treatment plant.
I understand, but there's another 500.
Yeah, it's a good question. Should it be split, split across a couple of departments? I think is the question, right?
Well,
not if we defer it.
It doesn't really help the cost part of it, but I mean, did you use it a lot for catch basins? There's another unit for catch basins, right?
For catch basins, we've typically been hiring out and using subcontractors to do that work. But I think Jeff's point is a good one that, with the increasing regulatory demands on stormwater, we're probably going to have to do more than what we can just sub out, and we're going to have to start doing some of that internally. I envision that we'd probably be doing it with the older piece of equipment. We wouldn't be doing, we want to preserve a new Vector for soft, you're really going to hear way more about sewer than you want.
Soft sludge.
It's a softer material, it's less abrasive. When you're cleaning catch basins and storm lines, you're dealing with highly abrasive, and it would probably try to do that more with the older Vector than a new one.
I think if this were to be forwarded, I joked about this on the subcommittee level. One of your challenges is going to be convincing the voters that this thing is really necessary. You take such good care of it. It's so clean. It looks so good. It seems like just yesterday that we voted for this thing. I mean, a lot of these items, I look at my computer and I go, geez, did I just buy that yesterday? Well, it's actually 8 or 10 years old or something like that. But I think that's part of the challenge with this thing. It looks great. And it seems like just yesterday that I voted for it. So just sort of throwing that out. I told him
Stop washing it. Take a picture.
Don't wash it.
I have $8,500 worth of parts sitting on the floor in the shop right now waiting to be installed on the truck.
Yeah.
So every major system on the truck, when it needs to be repaired or replaced, the truck is down for the time that it's being done. So it generally doesn't take too long because we plan it that way, so I can have the whole crew gang up on the truck and get the work done so we can get it right back to Matt's crew. But at the same time, it costs a lot of money to maintain one of these trucks. And that's the reason that if that truck goes down and has to go out for pump and it goes down to Woburn, Mass for that, when that happens, that truck's gone for a couple of weeks. And that's a couple of weeks of either hiring a contractor at $1,000 per incidence, or covering it, having somebody else out of town cover that.
Even with splashes, you can get.
One of the reasons why the subcommittee recommended defer this was
in the past.
If you look at the CIP, there are no large equipment purchases next year. We had the fire truck last year. We sort of saw this, coming up, and there are no large equipment purchases next year. And with all the other things, the facility is sort of taking front and center. In the past, when we've had large facilities, we've tried to clear the decks as much as possible to focus on that. So that was the thought process. There's no questioning, there's a need, but it was just, it was thought that it would we could possibly get another year out of it. But we certainly see the point that Matt and Jim and Jeff made, and it'd be nice to have a second vehicle. But I'm not sure that we have, as a town, the luxury of doing that this year. But maybe we do. It would be up to our decision.
This would be a warrant article as well.
Yeah, warrant article, 7-year lease purchase.
And there are several warrant articles that have been queued up tonight.
Yes, there are, and this would probably be among the last ones. Maybe.
So we've already got, I don't know what, 28 million or something that we're adding in on this sheet. So you're suggesting next year, given that there aren't these large vehicles, that it would fit into the budgeting process better next year if it can be.
Yeah, the problem this year was that there were these other little add-on, Court Street, between Court Street, the groundwater development, and the sewer capacity, development. We added, $1.2 million. Granted, the initial ask was for well over $10 million, but it's still money that we sort of weren't planning on in a way. We're just trying to organize things a little bit. No easy answers.
No. And from the perspective of the warrant article and this democratic notion, the taxpayer or our citizens, if they see, all the options at the end of the day, they may feel more involved in the process. I think I would like to hear their input, right? If you've got 7 things, if they're fair and they know we've got needs, they may prioritize, or they may say,
Vote everything down.
Well, do you want to take the chance, and I think Liz articulated it earlier, if you're focusing on one project, do you really want to take the chance that they're going to pick the things that you really want to have voted down, or they're going to vote down the thing that you really want? Hey, I don't think we can handicap that, and I don't think as a committee the intent was not to take that chance, but we can take the chance if you want. But we've asked a lot of the ratepayers and the taxpayers this evening, that's for sure.
Just to play devil's advocate there, though, if we have somebody who's not willing to throw down $16.3 million on a new public safety complex, we would now have this other thing as a backup thing that we also need
At least
for them.
have a back.
We at least have this truck. Well, I just said, you don't think it works like You don't think so?
No. They don't say, well, I
You've been on this.
They don't have enough information in the warrant article to be able to say, I want that versus that. They'll vote for it or not for philosophical reasons.
Okay.
Russ? They don't like the word substation, or they don't like that something is being used for a sewer, or they don't think that bridge, we're all pocket, traffic analysts, they don't think it's that big. They vote for other reasons, not because of the financial part of it. That's our job.
Gotcha.
Tom.
Russ, did I hear that correct, that next year we don't have any $500,000 vehicles on the docket?
Yeah, that would be a lease purchase.
We got the sweeper next year.
Oh, yeah.
It's $400,000.
Neat.
That next year?
So definitely an either or.
I missed that.
Street sweepers, not when I started, but street sweepers shortly thereafter were about $235,000. Now they're $400,000 apparently.
Holy cow.
That will probably be a lease purchase item.
Versus library.
Lease purchase, but it'll still be on the warrant.
Yes, all lease purchases have to go on the warrant.
Right, so then you're looking at next year, 2 $400,000 or $500,000 vehicles, and it's not even a fire truck year.
Right, but there won't be a public safety question on the ballot next year either.
If it passes.
Yeah,
that could be coming
Yeah,
back.
that gets pushed off again for a year, so.
That's the big.
Fair enough.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I'm just gaming it. Just
Bought it. The library was on there a few years, right?
It's double.
Yeah.
2 years. 2 times.
But it got changed.
It's double plus, it's probably $107
$1 million was discussed.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I struggle with this because we turned down the pickup truck, which was in much worse shape than this. And, you know, this only has 13,000 miles, 14,000 miles. So,
Well, we didn't
It's the usage.
True.
It's the usage.
Yeah.
It's
It's
what
the hours, it's not the mileage. Yeah.
It's the vehicle's purpose. The fire department can go without that parts runner truck, basically. They can go without that pickup truck, should something happen to it. If something happens to this vac truck, there's no backup for it. And on top of that, if something happens to it, we start spending a lot of money to have somebody else cover that.
'Cause you know what's gonna hit the fan.
We have to rely on that, whether it's a contractor or another town that comes in to help us. We have to rely on somebody.
So it's the age of the truck that's the concern, because the mileage is low.
Well, the mileage is low because it's all in town.
Yeah, so it's the
all
age of
in
the truck,
town.
the wear and tear.
I would encourage any one of you to come down and see the truck and see what the truck is and what it does. And that's
Take it out for a run.
and that's a good, and that's a good thing. And I've heard it come up a few times
That's a
here
little slap.
about the public works facility, and we've had internal discussions about getting the word out there to people so that the public understands what we're working with to provide all the services that we provide at Public Works for the townspeople. And to get that word out to them, we could probably do a better job of that, and we have plans to do a better job of that. We've done some things with that in the past, and being too many projects and too few Indians, it's been, we've gotten lost in the weeds as far as getting the word out to people, I think, and we need to be better about that, so.
Russ, have we sort of settled on a 7-year payment plan for large equipment like this, or is there any wisdom in extending it for a few years to maybe reduce the payment? Is that wise?
Yeah, something like this, if we were talking 10 years, I think we could probably make that happen.
Because the fire truck was 10, right?
The fire trucks are 10. The fire trucks are 10.
And that's about the same order of magnitude.
Well, the only thing is the typical replacement cycle on a Vector is 8 years.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Not as long as a fire.
Yeah, you get paid for it longer than you own
But
it.
if we're having now a backup, now we have 2 of them, and we could potentially reduce the impact on each of them.
How many, if I can ask, how many weeks of the year, say even just this year to date, has it been out of service?
It's not out of service.
Not, so it's, okay, so, okay.
So, but by the time you get a new one, it'll have met that
10 years.
supposed lifespan.
It'll be a little bit beyond the manufacturer's recommended lifespan for frontline vehicle in service, and our own vehicle replacement policy.
Are we making money, you said, when we loan it out to a...
If we cover another community's emergency,
Russ, I mean,
we make
Todd and Chris,
a very small amount of money, basically.
Wisdom on
covers
this?
Our men's overtime. And we do the similar thing for it. But if we have to hire a
the recommendation to defer was based on...
we're not going to hire out to a firm with our trucks.
Can you say again what you, we're outside of our town's replacement policy because it's aged
Well, it's right
out?
at the end.
Yeah.
It's an 8-year.
Well, is that
Yep.
in 2023 or in
Yes.
2020?
Yes.
Hence the fact we're asking now.
Yeah.
And the concept was that they would order it. It's going to take 1.5 years to get it in. By the time it gets in, it's old, and that we could use this as a second line vehicle.
Yeah.
Which is actually a good thing.
I'd like to ask one...
I think the viewing public wants us to vote.
I'd like to get to a decision.
Yeah, so, Ton?
Do you have anything illuminating outside of a motion?
I'm willing to go ahead.
Ton, I wanted to ask you a quick question. Yeah. We have a vehicle now. If we have so we have a vehicle now, are we borrowing another vehicle even though we have, like, do you ever need simultaneous vehicles? Like, is it ever the case, like, 2 weeks out of the year, like, you are always, to meet your capacity? Like, you're saying the neighboring towns have 2 or more, right? And so one's enough. It's been enough so far. You never will use them simultaneously, correct?
No.
We don't know that.
We don't, yeah.
There's a lot more regulations coming down.
Yeah, we don't know it.
But as of now,
We're trying.
if we ever had Dover or Portsmouth help us.
This is a great opportunity to plan for future needs. That's what I'm getting at. And that's what we would like to be looking at. Rather than operating from behind the curve and having unexpected expenses, we'd like to be ahead of the curve if possible. And in a perfect world, we would be. But I can't say that something bad doesn't happen tomorrow that prevents us from being able to do what we want in an ideal situation.
Go for it.
All right, Bob, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to recommend this Vector truck.
Second.
For purchase to the board, the select board. Sorry, Bob.
Don't apologize to me. I'm struggling with it.
I know.
I'd love to say yes to everything.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want half of them to go down in flames.
I'd be really.
All right, all in favor of Ton's motion to recommend the back truck 67 for the warrant, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Ed and Chris?
Chris Zigmar.
Z. Thank you. Okay, Corey, you had something else?
Yeah, so this was after I had published the warrant article list, police tasers.
May I interrupt for just a second and just thank our mechanic? I don't know if we're nearly done.
Well, I was going to do that.
Thank you, everybody.
Maintenance superintendent.
We have a
guy, our vehicle guy, for his.
I understand.
Expertise.
We're all here to talk about this, so I don't take any offense.
Is it Jeff?
We need them to talk about what you're talking about. Okay.
Thank you. I hope I didn't mischaracterize your.
Absolutely.
Two things. Thank you, Jeff and Matt and Paul, for joining us this evening. I'd also like everyone to join me in a heartfelt congratulations to Jennifer. I've been working with her.
Thank you. Thank you for staying on.
Spectacular job for this time. Thank you, Jen, for everything over the years, and thank you, gentlemen.
I'm sure it was a pleasure.
Working with me, of course.
Especially the last 20 minutes.
I know.
So police tasers.
Yeah, I think initially there was some talk about how they would get funded, but then it was asked if they get put into the budget, if I'm remembering correctly. And so the overall cost is $110,665. It's a 5-year lease for $22,133.
Would this be a lease or would it be in the budget?
It would be a lease, so it will be in the budget.
Right, but it's to be voted on as a CIP item.
That is correct. So again, the number is $110,665 is the total cost, and then a 5-year lease purchase would be $22,133 annually.
I thought there was ARPA funds that were paying for these things, weren't there?
So this proposal was brought to the select board as part of a possible ARPA funded item, and it is in abeyance right now because the board is still in the process of sort of gaining more information about potential ARPA funded items. So we have $736,000 left in ARPA funds. But the question is, what are those funds going to be used for?
So they haven't weighed in on the efficacy of doing this, but they're just worried, they're trying to analyze if it can be paid for by ARPA.
Right.
We need to
or whether it should be.
Have they already accepted it?
No.
Damn.
Not at this point.
So the select board was planning on, we were asked to pay for it through ARPA, and then we didn't like that, so we're now doing a capital improvement.
They tabled it in effect.
Okay.
I would make a motion to approve it personally. If it's premature. I forgot the procedure, but do we even put it?
No motion.
I mean, it's being added to our list. It would be in the CIP book. I mean, where did it come from? Was it an ask because there are ARPA funds available by the fire department? I mean, the police department? So how did it become a thing?
Well, I think it was going to be a budget item if it was not proposed or not funded through ARPA.
As an expense?
As an expense. So that's why it remains out there.
Yeah, I understand it's something we have to do from the select board meeting that I remember hearing. We do. That it's like the ones we have are like past their expiration or something.
Yes.
And so, and I understood ARPA was going to, just really confused how it got in here. I mean, I'm happy to approve it, but it just.
See, I'm not.
Okay.
Without the information,
I'm very uncomfortable.
Any information, I think that's not what our charge is. I think if this is something that comes in and the select board can decide if it's in the budget or decide if it's a warrant article, that's their decision. But at this point, with the lack of information we have,
I'm not going to vote on something that I don't have any information.
I feel comfortable bringing it forward for a vote.
I mean,
Do we have to vote on that?
Especially bringing it up at like 11 o'clock at night.
Well, wait a minute, we need to find.
In fairness, it was an item that I had on my list.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing.
Not criticism at all. It's just.
Yeah, but the police didn't mention it.
Yes, it was in our subcommittee report as well.
Okay.
So it just didn't make it into the CIP book? Is that what you're
I'm so tired.
It's in the summary.
This was long ago.
The police department requested ARPA funds for new tasers. Instead, tasers will be purchased through a 5-year lease purchase agreement for $110,665 at $22,133 per year and listed as a warrant article.
Wow.
Does the subcommittee have a position on that?
Yes, we support this.
Wow.
Okay.
Now we have new information has come to light.
My apologies.
No, I guess I wish it would have.
I missed that. It's 11 o'clock at night.
Are you reconsidering the tax truck now?
At this point, I don't.
Never reconsider a back truck.
Russ has been such a wizard with the tax rate over the last few years. I'm relying on him. In Russ, we trust.
I like that.
I like that.
Too bad you were
My apology, like I said, I guess it would have been nice if it had come in at the appropriate slot, but I'll entertain a motion one way or the other. Judy, if you want to take the lead on it.
Yes, I move that we recommend a purchase of tasers for the police department at $110,665 and listed as a warrant article.
I second it.
Did you second? Which one?
How about that?
Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Safety, my hero.
Okay, just some final, very quick administrative, so thank you everyone for, thank you for the
Gloria, did you have some?
Thank you for showing up. I really, did you have a very lively discussion? That's a very difficult night and everyone came through, I really appreciate it. So my understanding of the schedule going forward, the select board will review our recommendations and we'll make a presentation to them with with a report in December. Is that probably somewhere in the week of December?
Should be December 5th.
December 5th, okay. And then there'll be a bond hearing once all of their final budget deliberations get sorted out. That's usually early January.
Third Tuesday in January.
Third Tuesday in January.
Budget and bonds the same night. Budget hearing and a bond hearing. Bonds.
So, and then deliberative session in March and the town vote in February and the town vote in March. So December 5th, I will be putting together a report summarizing our efforts here over the last 3 months and then presenting to the board. So, and I will remind everyone of that date, but if you want to put it down December 5th in your book, that would be fine. All the support we can get would be great.
Do we have the deliberative?
It's the first Saturday in February. I believe it's February 4th.
Yes.
9 a.m. at the high school.
Lock your car doors.
So we are.
Not even joking.
Everyone did a great job. We met in August and had a plethora of meetings in the last 3 months, 2 months actually, and you guys really shone. I hope you all work with us again next year. Yeah, it was a very satisfying experience for me as chair, and everybody had a voice, and that's great. It's always nice to get all opinions and sides of the story. So thank you, one and all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
So
Thanks for your time.
we will adjourn for our purposes here, and we'll be in touch for future meetings that will involve the Budget Committee. Thank you again, one and all.
Wow.
Thank you for tuning in to Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 13, with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Biweekly Report, with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well.